Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. I'm about to try a new mic here shortly, guys. I'm going to do a mic test one more time and then we'll go into our topic. Yes, I'm trying to test out my mic. I haven't used this one in a second, but I feel like it would make my sound quality a little better on the stream today. So y'all give me 1 second. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. If you guys don't mind, just confirming in the chat that you can hear me okay. I just plugged in the microphone. Just simply leave me a thumbs up in the chat if you can hear me okay. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing. Can y'all hear me? Please leave a thumbs up. I might have to tune in from my other device real quick just to see if my audio is on here. But please, you can show your support. Hit that like button and leave a thumbs up in the chat while I get this mic test together here. 1 second. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hey, you will make it TV. Followers, supporters, listeners across the globe. We thank you for your support. We are now into insightful topic number 2 of the day. Today's date marks September 10th, 2025. Shout out to all the September babies of the world. That's something we don't do a lot of You Will Make It TV, but I got to start that up. It makes me feel great to tell a person happy birthday, even if I don't know them. Birthdays are special, so shout out to the Virgos and Libras of the universe on today. Whether your birthday's today or later this month, I just want y'all to know I'm celebrating with you guys out there. And we just celebrated a birthday, so I might do something special for the birthdays from now on. Maybe if I remember on one live stream I did recently, somebody commented in the chat and was like, "It's my birthday," and I just felt so bad because I'm like, why don't our channel have anything we do special for the birthdays yet? So if you are a You Will Make It TV subscriber, I'm gonna have to have somewhere where y'all can submit your birthdays and stuff like that. We'll get an email going. Right now, as far as contact information, I've never really talked about it in the streams in a while. But if you go to my description section of the channel, that's where I leave a link where you can book consultations or email us. And anytime you submit your birthday, we're just gonna have to do something for the birthday people. This is You Will Make It TV, and how are you gonna make it if you're not even alive to see another year? So it's something I do want to give reverence to more often. I'm finna go into the topic under the good faith that y'all can hear me okay on this stream. Just another juicy inquirer. Anything I state on my stream today is just my opinions, commentary, views, okay? Nobody has to agree. It's allegedly been said that it's a little more of allegedly when you start looking at the fact lately, just this year alone, right? Budget cuts were made to broadcast networks like NPR and PBS. And Trump came out and said it. He gave a national announcement. He was just like, he feels like some of these broadcasts be spreading misinformation. And I thought it would be a good topic today because if the president himself says that, like, when he says misinformation, does he mean just about his administration, just about him? Is he trying to kind of lead us down the proper way to handle misinformation by first using his own life and name, for example? Because, with the internet, nobody's really exempt from being spoke on, noticed, or even if you're not an internet user. Let's say Mr. Trump didn't have a Twitter at all. I feel like because of his status, even if he wasn't the president, because of his status, because of who he is, because of the wealth class he's in, people still would have found a way to bring news up about him. And then it's only so far you can go with your decisions, choices, the things you're involved in life. It's only so far you can go and think people are not going to talk about it, even if they're not doing it on the internet. So that's just my opinion on the matter. But it is interesting to see this in modern day times because let's be honest and think about it for a second. Radio and telecommunications have come a long way. News media, broadcasts and stuff like that have already suffered significant changes. I don't want to say suffered in a bad way. It's more of a good thing when I speak it from where I'm coming from about it. Like, once again, we talked about that on another stream, like the history of magazines and newspapers and just how much more in that world, like how much more popular it was. I'm not saying they're not still popular. They're still like great magazine, article companies, media communication companies thriving today, and they're not on the internet actually, like Star Telegram, for example. And then, like who I am today as a researcher, though, Star Telegram is beautiful and everything in modern day times, but what's great about them and that newspapers existed and were once more relevant than maybe they are now is that you can still go look at history through whole newspaper articles. I think even Bonnie and Clyde back in their day made the newspaper, and there are people out there that probably have that very article. You know what I mean? So I find stuff like that significant as far as remembering how we receive news and information, right? Most people, though, when they would receive a newspaper, I'm trying to go back and think about it. I don't remember people, you know what I'm saying, claiming as much that things were misinformation. Most times when you see the obituary or the weather or sports news and stuff like that in the newspaper, most people just would agree with what they read. You didn't hear more people like you do today saying, oh, I think this is misinformation, or just claiming everything is misinformation just because it's about them. And now that we do see more people like outcrying about that, what does that mean for us as the intakers of the information? Like, how do we protect ourselves? How do we more fact check, or how do we protect ourselves from that, right? Because like internet trolls is a whole thing. Let's try to give a definition of an internet troll. They're people who specifically make accounts just to troll, you know what I'm saying, official businesses or official people on profiles. They literally make their accounts for that purpose, to be, you know what I'm saying, in the comment section, or either debunk a truth that's really the truth, or try to cover up truths, or try to put spins on things. And it's crazy. We can't deny that it's gotten that far, because even the president is not playing about that. Like, whole media broadcasts have received funding cuts in the year of 2025 just off of allegations that they were spreading misinformation. So thank you for tuning in today. That's what this insightful topic, really quick, for the next half an hour will be about. Just giving my commentary and reaction to these changes today. And why does it matter to Arthur Tedashiri? Because maybe even with my career, I started writing books, and it was more of a safer, if you will, arena to me. Now that I look back at it, I'm like, maybe I would have been better off just sticking to that, writing children's books, publishing coloring books, publishing poetry and stuff like this, because, you know, that's more intellectual property. And now maybe people will better understand where you were coming from when you were describing the difference between intellectual properties that you self-publish versus working with a whole media broadcast that you're on the payroll, like, to bring them information, or you have somebody on the payroll to try to publish a story or write a story in a way that hopefully is factual. Because, like I said, maybe more or less media communications would be under fire right now if they would go ahead and announce or advertise and promote, hey, we're a false news broadcast. At least you would be advertising what you are, because I don't think a false news broadcast is illegal, but at least people would be aware the information that you share is fake news, literally. Like, that's what a tabloid used to be before the internet, right? People were already aware that that's fake news. You know what I'm saying? They advertised it as that. Therefore, there was nothing they could be sued for. Just because they put something on the front page, oh, Godzilla was spotted in New York. Of course, you would know that that's fake news. You would say, oh, I didn't see that on the news. Something you see on the tabloid. I didn't see Godzilla walking around New York. That's fake news. ABC didn't talk about it. So boom, that's how you would know that was fake news. It would just be like far-fetched, outlandish, straight up crazy stuff on the front covers. You could spot them at the counters when you go check out at retailers of retail stores or at newspaper stands. And they were totally legal. Is that not interesting to people? Versus modern day times where people truly come after you and they want to sue you, because I feel like people have that right, but it's just crazy to see the whole president like first in line with an opinion about it, because maybe even the Trump administration and leaders in politics have been, you know, filing more claims that people are spreading misinformation about them. It's just something we have not seen every day in America until recently. Okay? See, while they talking about NPR and PBS all of a sudden, I said, am I mistaken here, or were people saying the same thing about CNN not that long ago? It just wasn't the president saying it, but people were saying, oh, I don't trust CNN anymore. I feel like they're spreading misinformation, or some of the things that they report on isn't real, okay? I'm back. I had to adjust this device for my little baby daughter. She don't be knowing what she doing with it yet. But yeah, I remember people saying that about CNN. I don't care who forgot about it. That was one of the first broadcasts that you first heard people saying it about. Like, and I remember at the time thinking, what is people problem with CNN, right? Like, if you don't like a news broadcast station, keep it moving and find somebody else you do like to watch, you know, for your news. Like, for example, I like Reuters, Reuters, or like world news broadcasts that don't just cover what's going on in my local community and in my nation, more global type news stations. That's kind of my own preference, but I just think it's stupid to sit there and like, oh, I don't like that news broadcast. Okay, change the channel, change the radio station. But no, Trump is getting a little more serious about this. Like, no, we're not just going to change it. Y'all can lose whole funding. We will investigate your whole broadcast network if we feel like you're spreading misinformation. But I say, just like he takes it serious about misinformation spread about him, the same honors need to be given to regular people who misinformation is spread about. That's just crazy what I'm witnessing happen with these broadcast news stations and radio stations too. Because allegedly, that's what had got my attention when I started seeing rumors floating around that, because the Breakfast Club is a very reputable radio station. And you just suddenly started seeing alleged news that they were possibly under whole investigation. That's not my business, but if you're in the same kind of arena or field or trying to be an upcoming radio host yourself, it is worth paying attention to, right? More and more people start seeing why some people are just have already found it wise to, if you're going to start something, to go ahead and do it independently, because one person on your team get caught up or involved in something that they didn't have any business in. Now your whole broadcast, now your whole business is under fire. See, you can have a business with employees of, let's say, 40 to 50 people. Even if, let's say 40 people, if 39 of them are really doing their job with good intent, good intentions, and following the moral conducts and having reliable sources for where they get their news, then there's nothing to worry about. But then you might have that one that was involved in some type of fraud in the background, and then next thing you know, your whole broadcast is under investigation. You got to watch that, and people wonder, well, they think, I don't know what people think this is about, but I just stated the facts. You can have a business employees of 40 people in your business. That one person do something they don't have no business doing. Now your whole business is being watched, is under investigation. If people don't find it significant, that's them. But You Will Make It TV is here to talk about it today. It is something to think about. Maybe more people should go more into independent business ventures. Okay? Maybe it's easier said than done too. I'm not trying to say tell people that everything I'm saying is right, but you don't know what option is going to work for you or not until you've tried it. Okay? So actually, if that's true about the Breakfast Club, that's kind of unfortunate, but they did have a few of their employees that was like in the news for alleged like fraud schemes, from real estate properties to just stuff that had nothing to do with radio. Because that's what I've been trying to get people to see. You can't keep doing crimes off the clock when you're not working and think that they're not going to investigate your business. That's stupid. Like, oh, I'm just a hard worker by 9 to 5, but yeah, who are you after 5 o'clock? Because I'm sorry, who don't want to hear it? That's the kind of society we're in today, and that's what authorities are looking at. They don't care about how talented and skilled you are, because they're even seeing it. Some of the most gifted people are out here involved in things that you wouldn't even believe. And it's just unfortunate for the ones that really is still trying to climb the rough mountain and get to their important peaks in life. Yet they still encounter roadblock after roadblock because they're steady being put in the category of other podcasters and radio broadcasters and video editors and anybody in the publishing industry that might be doing things they're not supposed to be doing. That's why, me personally, I'm like, no, I can stay in my own lane right now. It might be harder sometimes, like I work more hours, or some weeks I get no work done at all. And that's the sacrifice that comes with doing it all by yourself. But then only yourself can answer for the mishaps or delays and stuff. I'd rather it be like that than I got to turn around and answer for 10 employees I hired and trusted that weren't doing the right thing. You see what I'm saying? Bosses at this point should be irritated. They should be irritated and just like regretful almost, because it's like that's why you spend more time during the hiring process. You wanted somebody to be sitting around focus on why you didn't hire them, right? Because some employees are like that. They don't even give you a full reason. They don't have to by law in certain states either. Let me make this clear. By law in certain states, they do not have to have a reason for why they fire you. And by law in certain states, they don't have to have a reason for why they hired you. Like, you don't even have to meet the qualifications. Some people hire you and say, hey, we'll train you. Don't worry about the experience you don't have. Don't worry about the education you don't have. We'll train you. And then on the other side, they require you to have that training. And they'll tell you why that's the reason that they didn't consider your application. In other jobs, yeah. In some states, they don't have to have a reason why they fired you. I was just making it clear, like, are people aware of this type of knowledge? They can just say you're fired, you're laid off. Without notice and everything. It's actually legal, depending on the circumstances. I'm never telling a person that they can't go fight for termination workplace laws or discriminatory claims and stuff like that. That's still very real because, I was just saying it on the last stream. There are different sectors of law, like workplace law. Come on, or workforce. What is it called? Not workforce or workplace, but there's just like laws that protect people. Oh, labor laws. I think that's what I was looking for. So there's just different sectors of law. There's labor laws, there's business law, which that's something I want to actually get deeper into study about, because everybody should be interested in studying business law more, especially if you're in the age of more entrepreneurs than ever. It's just more trending, more popular for people to go into business for themselves after which of the great resignation that our country experienced. And some people think that was just an illusion. They don't think a great resignation happened at all, but it's really true. A lot of people walk into this day, they still walking away from jobs over stuff like, them not getting the pay that they feel like they deserve, or the promotions they feel like they deserve. Like, people are quitting these jobs every day. Yes, some are being laid off, but that part is true too. People are quitting too because they feel undervalued, or however they explain it. Just go look at some TikTok stories lately pertaining to work and people's survival that depended on work. So back to what I was saying, this topic is just about like how in modern day times, like, it's just crazy. I wanted to title it Age of Truth versus Misinformation, because how do the two tie hand in hand? Well, I know we didn't expect an age of truth or an age of exposure without the misinformation on the other side. You're going to have those negative Nancys or Kathy Karens that or internet trolls, as I described them, who would be against something like the age of truth or the age of exposure. How else would you fight truth or exposure if it were even possible without misinformation or lies? It's the opposite of the truth, lies. The opposite of the truth has always been lies. The opposite of lies have always been the truth. But you're living in a different time when even the president can recognize that. Like, hey, he's made it very clear. Like, he's fed up. He's had enough of the misinformation, right? But then it's like, what team did they put together? Like, who is the frontliners of the deciders of what's misinformation or not, right? I would say that team shouldn't just be the Trump administration. It should include people who are very expertise in intellectual property rights, intellectual property laws, copyright laws. I wouldn't just throw anybody on my team to help me narrow out misinformation. Not me personally. I would want to make sure that they're very, very educated and expertise in information to begin with, like media broadcast information of all information, right? Because this is information you're literally broadcasting on a global level. When you have something like a podcast, a radio station, uh, it's too late. That's not just a magazine or newspaper or a book anymore. You're putting something out there on air, either about others or about the weather. No, 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 no. Because when you're talking about the weather and other stuff, people don't care when it's misinformation. That's where I've been a little confused. Even though weathermen been a little off lately, in my opinion. They don't always get the weather right, but you don't see funding being cut to news stations for that. You see what I'm saying? It seems like it's only happening in areas where the president feels like they're spreading misinformation about him. And I'm like, okay, that's cool to flex your power in that way, where you're coming after broadcasts that you feel like doing it, but it's not new. Maybe that's what he's showing us. He feels like somebody should have been did something about it. But unfortunately, the truth is, ever since social media came out, misinformation got way worse. Let's be honest. It's just unfortunate. Like, who warned us that in the age of truth and in the age of exposure, we would also see so much misinformation, which almost forces the people to put their thinking hats on a little tighter, put their discernment boots on, tie them up, lace them up a little tighter than usual. Their quote unquote third eye, something, whatever you use to be able to tell you, to be able to see through the BS detectors. We should all have one deep inside our soul somewhere. Because if you don't have it, how do you fight the age of truth and misinformation? You understand? You're going to get lost in the misinformation if you're not able to diagnose the truth when you see it. You see, they'll see a mark, a scratch on the person and say, oh, the diagnosis is a scratch. Because some things are just evident. It's right there. Like, you don't need to do a blood test. You see what's wrong with the person. They got a broken leg. They got a broken arm. They're missing an eyeball. That's the diagnosis. Now, with the truth, the diagnosis is always clear. It's the truth. It's only considered misinformation if you can prove, I would say, if you could prove that it's misinformation. And it seems like more and more people are being targeted with that specifically. And let me add how dangerous that is. Do people know how dangerous that is to sit up there and spread a lie about somebody? Like a whole because misinformation means some of the information is right. You just miss where the truth was at. If you ask me, that's my opinion of what misinformation means. That might not be how Wikipedia and Webster's Dictionary defines it, but pretty much for somebody that was, let's say, they're a beginning learner of what misinformation is, that's a good way to put it. It's saying like you missed the information, literally. We learn literally in school how to cite our sources. SITE. You learn that, I think, in high school because they're preparing you for college. And we know damn sure in college, you are required to cite the sources of where you found your information. So then you just had a bunch of smarty pants two-shoes, goody two-shoes that decided they would start all these different platforms. And once again, like I said, that's just pretty much what we call them in the new age times, just internet trolls, because what else are they? They want you to take their information serious, their platform serious, and I see it every day. Like some of these channels, it be all in the comments. Oh, that's misinformation, that's misinformation. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. The only way you can fight that is to go credify information for yourself, or you keep getting the information from other people. Make it make sense. Like somebody said recently, you can't believe everything on the internet. I said, well, I agree. But then again, aren't we in the age of truth because the internet is as advanced as it is today? So you don't control what I believe that I see on the internet. You got to let the researcher themselves or the person that went digging for the information be the judge of that. And then all it's going to expose at the end of their research is how they process information. If you only watch 2 videos about something and you swear you know everything about the information now, well, it just shows us your way of process of thinking and how you place the information together after your research, But I just can't get over the fact that tabloids were actually legal and people knew there was misinformation and they had to pay money for it. Like, even if it's just $1 for the newspaper or $2 or $5 for a monthly subscription. People were literally paying for misinformation at one point. Maybe just for fun. Maybe just to keep for historical record documents. I don't know. But some people do have kept newspapers over the years. Whether it was to save the obituaries part of it or the job ads in them. Because, that's another thing that used to be advertised in newspapers. That's why we knew newspapers were credible. No, you didn't hear people saying, oh, this newspaper is lying. When have y'all ever heard that? Exactly. We didn't hear all this about what's supposed to be misinformation and people quote unquote lying until you until you had the internet. Simply put, till you had social media. Now everybody swear everybody lying about the information they share. It's how unfortunate. Tabloids were legal. I wish I had like an example of a picture of one so I could show people and remind y'all real quick of what they were. But back to what I was saying, we learned about how to cite our sources way back in school. Even if you don't have college education, you learned that in high school. You weren't allowed to just turn in an essay and you didn't add any credible sources of where you got the information of research for your essay. Now, that's where we look at it. Are they just like alleging that certain broadcasts are spreading misinformation? Or was the information really valid and somebody just don't want people talking about them? That's crazy. There's no leader in our country that has never made the newspaper, that has never made the news. Yeah, they're going to look at your whole personal life. They're going to talk about your character and everything because of your position. This is what I'm talking about people wanting certain positions of power and status and then got a problem with people talking about them. That comes with it. You can have a problem with that when you don't even have status or anything and people still got your name in their mouth. Now that doesn't make sense. That's what you call misinformation. What makes them so valuable that everybody talking about them? We understand with the president. Now, I just feel like, is that his problem? He just feel like people shouldn't talk about him? No, he said it's misinformation. That's why NPR and PBS got budget funding cuts. Because people still talk about that. They will never forget that. They made history when whole Trump supporters went and stormed the White House. It doesn't matter who doesn't like it. And then look how hard they fight to just, shut up, don't talk about it. No, that was like history changing stuff because under no other president's reign did people do that. You had never heard of it until it happened. They chose to gather up, protest. Most protests just be on the street and they make sure it's monitored and it's safe, that the way people protest. I don't know what that was. They got together and decided they would storm the White House. You cannot stop people from talking about that. Because when people do that just to come against you, what do you call it? Or what was that to be, to support Trump? Like, it was just weird. Every one of them people that stormed the White House that day, they had on Trump supporter shirts and hats and stuff. MAGA gear. And it's okay to like go buy MAGA gear. Anywhere you go, you might can find some MAGA gear. Like the hats, the shirts, the car window decals, the signs. I mean, so we appreciate that, I guess. We appreciate that people are able to go purchase MAGA merchandise. But I'm using the word purchase strongly. Because, like, how can this person already have a status of presidency and still make money on the side through MAGA gear, merchandise? But all the other broadcasts have to be investigated and researched and looked into for the entrepreneurship missions that they're taking. That's what come with broadcasts. They usually have some type of campaign or fundraiser because it always has taken funding to expand a broadcast. It's always taking funding to do a more extensive research on certain topics and interviews and the travel for those interviews. It's just a lot that comes with journalism that people weren't aware of. They thought it was just jumping on channels and talking about what they want to. And I've been ready for the topics to come up more. Because people know what I do, and I haven't been doing it long, but I was a writer long before I do what I do on here. That's crazy, bro. Like, oh, I guess to cover up that we had been trying to run certain reporters or communicators, journalists off. Journalism has always been a dangerous job, depending on what you. I know they say, oh, firefighting is dangerous or being an officer is dangerous, but see, journalism is at the top 5. It got to be. You know how many journalists they've had to go save in other countries and make negotiations with just to get them back home? Just because they were trying to go cover a story that might help other people? Like bring exposure to real stuff that could have helped people, and they put their lives in danger just to bring exposure to stories that could have helped save other people. Journalists, real journalists, should actually be more respected than they are. But instead, we're just supposed to accept, oh, it's the age of truth and misinformation. Well, no, let's talk about it. The misinformation has always been dangerous. Not just for a president. It just makes me wonder how many people are not here right now or just have had whole sabotage lives due to misinformation campaigns. Not just our politicians. We always know there's going to be floating rumors about people with status. And why these rumors go viral? Because people are quicker to believe it when it's people of status. Once upon a time, people would be like, I don't believe it just because of who it was. But that's not the age we live in today. People are more aware that anybody be guilty of anything. That's where justice and truth and evidence has to come in at. Then you got AI tools and features and apps. I just feel like if anything, our politicians should be more focused on that. Those tools and apps that people are using to create the misinformation, why haven't those been banned yet? If anything, they're putting more funding and support into those AI tools and features that help people create misinformation. But then you're shutting down real news broadcast stations that have been here for longer than 20 years. Some of these, like NPR and PBS, they've been here. CNN been here for a long time too. But people have been gave their opinions about CNN. They're just like an example. I'm not here to speak negatively. Let me make that clear about CNN. I was just using them as an example of a news station broadcast that had already been kind of like people were already trying to debunk, right? That's all they can do is like give their opinions about it. You never controlled the funding or the work they do at CNN, so what more can you do when you just claim you don't like some news broadcast? I thought people just changed the channel. No, their whole coming after these channels, their whole and news broadcasting, their whole putting them under investigation, putting their whole life under a microscope just because you didn't like something they said on one of their broadcasts. Make it make sense. Like Joe Rogan, for example, you didn't hear about people trying to sue him because they didn't like one of his story he covered or brought exposure to. It seems like it's only happening to certain type of broadcasts. Like, but if so, why? Even before the internet, nobody was exempt from like a rumor being spread about them or misinformation being spread about them. They always had ways. There was like gossipers have always exist. That's why they have whole famous songs out here about it. Which one was I thinking of? I don't know, but they have like top chart Billboard songs, hit number singles about rumors and misinformation. It's so real. It's so real that people have lost their lives too. Just because they heard you did something. They heard you said something. That's stupid. And yes, I blame the internet. I blame social media And then why would you not be more focused on the tools and the features that people are using on the internet to create these rumors? No, you just want to start going to investigate people. I mean, in doing that, you're still going to run into the truth. You're still going to run into the truth. 9 times out of 10, I heard they can screenshot a person's face and put it on an AI body. And now everybody thinks that that's that person in that video, like they were doing with all those if nothing better else showed us when this P. Diddy news came out. You just saw so much supposedly being leaked all of a sudden. Did anybody else notice that? LEAKED. So who's safe anymore? When something's leaked, that means it always existed. It just was hidden in a file somewhere. What do people mean? That's what leaked means. It was a hidden file that somebody just chose to release on the internet at any given time. I'm just trying to like make more sense of it. Maybe it's not for me to worry about. I just think it's an interesting topic because maybe news stations are receiving some form of karma. They are one of the top known people that like to leak stuff that shouldn't have even been, you know what I'm saying? Shouldn't have even been public information. Now, stuff like the weather or sports news or updates on awards and great things that are happening in communities, I would say that that stuff is worth being leaked. You notice the days we live in today, it seems like only negativity is leaked about people. Once again, we describe how something being leaked versus something being reported is two different things. Something being reported is way more organized. It comes with the receipts. It comes with the facts, the photos, the videos, maybe more of a timeline of how things transpired. Something leaked, it's just thrown the fuck out there. You don't get no information on the sideline, who did what, why. You know, like whole videos of people fighting, for example. They call it like they might have recorded somebody fighting out in public. And then they decide to take that recording, go home, post it on somewhere like World Star Hip Hop. That's another one, in my opinion, they should have been looked into. I bet they'll find so much on World Star Hip Hop, it ain't funny. Because that's one of the main platforms. People take what they have in their phones and just go leak it. Half the people, some of them people on World Star Hip Hop don't even know they on there. I'm telling you, old fighting videos. They fought boxed in the street with a dude 10 years ago, and the video's still on World Star Hip Hop right now. But they don't know about it. And like, who wants us, if you want us paying back debt and concerned about our housing and the changes that's happening in the country, how are we going to do that? And people got leaked information about them all over the internet. Some of the people don't even know about it. But you want them to be focused on their finances and bills and credit. It's kind of hard to do that. You know what I'm saying? Try to keep a clean slate or clean face for yourself or your business or your finances when you got a group of people on the side just out here leaking stuff and creating literally because leaked, we talked about what that means, but to sit there and just create, they do this with like whole willing intentions. They know what they be doing. Like, oh, okay, I want to create a fake profile of somebody, or I want to create a fake news about somebody. Because the president already showed us he's not with that. He's not with that, and he doesn't plan on letting it fly. And he has the power to send the investigators to look at your network if he feels like you're doing it. Wake up, it's 2025, and these changes have already begun to happen. Allegedly, some networks are already under watch. Because maybe they want to know what's the intention. Number one, what's the intention of your news broadcast? How long have you been doing it? Who are all your employees? How are you getting your information? That's all they want to know at the end of the day. That's what I feel like it comes down to. And that is crazy. So you want to know, well, people ain't paying their student loan debts back. We know they went and got a higher knowledge and education. If there's something like a producer or a whole owner of a news broadcast network, you got to have some type of knowledge and education to even get that far. And some, they have no education at all. It shows. Like, they just get on her and say whatever. But prediction, my prediction radar that's been tingling says a lot of people we see on some of these broadcasts and channels a year from now, they will be non-existent. Not their lives, but what they do for work in that way. Because the Trump administration wants to get a deeper look into where all this misinformation is being spreaded from. And I guess people are just challenging the higher powers, thinking that they can't take it that far, but they can. He showed people by cutting the funding to a few of these broadcasts already that were receiving government funding. Like, you just had never heard of that when it comes to PBS. And it wasn't, he was just saying you just never heard of that. Somebody saying, oh, PBS has always been known to have credible sources. Especially when it comes to politics and history. A lot of the things I learned about history, for example, was right there on PBS segments, because it's not just about Sesame Street and the PBS Kids. That's a separate, what's the word I'm looking for? It's still a part of PBS, but it's a separate entity of their business. They have a whole news hour section of PBS, right? Or like historical, where people could watch documentaries and historical information. PBS was always a good place where you could look that up. But no, in 2025, you got to hear they're getting budget fundings cut too. Why? Because they said they were talking about Trump. There's no way to spread misinformation. That's true. Trump supporters literally went there and stormed the White House like that just recently. It made the news. That's too bad. Who don't like it? How is that not how is that misinformation? We all saw it on the news. It really did happen. You see, it's like they take pieces of what you say and say, well, oh, that's misinformation. But God forbid you stand up and point out the misinformation that somebody could be spreading about you. So it's like, okay, that's where we're going into the future of the internet now. A bunch of people proving who they really are and who they're really not. It makes social media less fun. I'll put it in those words. It makes it less social. My prediction radar also tells me that a lot of people will be walking away from social media anyway, just because of what it's turning into. I believe it's going to become more of a, instead of you seeing people's real presence like we do today, I think it'll be more like avatars, where you can just actually live your life through that avatar on social media. Like, I see all of that coming, and maybe that's why people are going out with a bang. Well, let me spread as much as I can about a person right now. It's retarded. It was the dumbest idea a person could ever start doing, making up in their mind that they're going to sabotage somebody's character, image, and all of that using misinformation on the internet. It's so stupid. Maybe they're going to be more, because they call that, what is that called? Like, controlling a person's speech. More, what's the word I'm looking for? Where they just more monitor what everybody's saying. I believe those days are already here. People done created so many, what's that called? Like, creative ways to still spread misinformation about people. But I'm just saying, what place is hidden? Where could you do that? You think you're doing it in a group chat? You think you're doing it in a messenger? You think you're doing it in your text messages? You think you're doing it on video chat? All of that is stuff that can be like, that's why they say, watch what you put on the internet. Watch what you do with these internet features, bro. All of that can always be brought back up. You hit the delete button and thought that was it. No, ain't no, it's deleted out of your device. It ain't deleted out of the iClouds and stuff. Because once you type it in there, that's where it is. It's just like, I can't believe we have moved into this level of ignorance in modern day technology. The best thing people could think to do was like ruin people's reputation, ruin their images, ruin their careers, ruin their households with misinformation on the internet. It's stupid. But as I see, not even the president likes that. He don't like people sitting up there talking about what y'all think he did to girls and what y'all think he did with his money. It's so stupid. I'm not saying that who's been victimized is stupid. That does matter to me if it's true. But I'm saying look at it. Nobody likes that. Nobody likes anybody going digging in their past, but it's like the universe and the cosmos are still showing everybody. Nobody's exempt from it. How about you just live without blemish? Then you don't have to worry about what's being leaked about you. Live without blemish the best you can, because none of us are going to be perfect. Whatever that means. Because you could be being monitored, watched, and not know it at any given time. It ain't just the police that do that. You just got nosy people of the world looking for dirty information on people. So I've already seen the groups and communities talking about it. More and more people stepping away from these social media platforms. They say they're living more peaceful lives. It ain't about living a secret life. It's just not about exposing as much. Where you thought it was safe to expose, even your happy moments, even your celebrations, graduations, and holidays, right? We once thought this was safe to share that. Look what my son got for Christmas, and take a picture of it and put it on the internet. Then you wonder how they got created a misinformation of you. Hell, they'll even get to investigating your finances. Well, how were you able to afford that for your son's birthday? It's not as fun as it used to be to share those memories. They more want to know where you got the money to share those memories. You feel me? They're looking at what your kids got on. Be careful what photos you share. The smallest detail could show a thief that you got some money. And then they'll try to make you feel bad for like what you don't share. What you don't share or what you shared when you shared it. No, a lot of us do, we're way more intentional with what we do on the internet now. If I shared it, sometimes it's just bait. Here's a photo. Now let's see what an idiot is finna go do with it. You know what I'm saying? They just don't think people think like that. Oh, here's I'm gonna share a certificate that I just graduated and earned from a real accredited university or a real accredited organization where I had to earn this certification. And then I'm gonna post it on social media and see what a person do with it. They just be falling right in the traps, bro. Ooh, a photo of this person. Let me go do something stupid with it. Then be wondering why they're being watched. Bro, blame yourself. There are real news broadcasts that's not even exempt from this. Being investigated for whole misinformation. Like I said, I use NPR and PBS. I didn't say they are guilty of it, but they are being accused of it. And they real life had budget funding cuts for doing it. And then you guys are regular podcasters out there and think you skating by with it. If big broadcasts like that can come under fire, who do you think you are? Period. Enough said. And it's like a warning to people, but you know, not everybody takes heed to those. If you own a social media account, that account should be about you, your life, and your business. What do it have to do with another person? They didn't think God could reach the masses on the internet. No, God is still there, and he see everything everybody doing with it. Probably laughing at it, because like he remembers who people were before the internet was here. Maybe people were the same people before the internet was here. It's just being more exposed, because like now it ain't nothing you can do outside. You don't know who a bystander might be watching you, recording you. I don't mean to make people feel creeped out, but just remember, out of all the billions of devices that exist on the globe, all of them have a camera on it. Just know that. People talking about surveillance. Bro, that's the surveillance right there. Everybody got a phone in their hand with a video camera and a regular photo camera. Period. You don't have to go get these photos processed anymore. They just go straight to your Google Photos right after a person snap it. It's in a Google Photos account. I guess they forgot that. They too busy trying to snap photos though. And videos of a person they have no business watching. That ain't crazy to people? I could go take my trash out right now. Somebody I don't know snap a photo. Because that's what celebrities go through. Somebody just built something for themselves, trying to push it and make it in life. This is what they go through. They can't walk to the mailbox. Somebody got their camera phone secretly from their window or from the back seat of their car, talking about, look, I got the info on this person. Wow, you've seen them go to their mailbox. What do you want? A check? A bag of cookies? I've just been disgusted. That's Lady Justice talking through me again. Like, I've just been disgusted with the behavior of people and their emotional, non-existent of emotional intelligence with internet features. That ain't even an internet feature. A camera and a video camera? How much more y'all need to see? They say when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. But they only wanted me. They wanted me to look like I need to learn their lesson. No, trust me. I've learned it and passed the test 20 times over. I don't know if they give it to me again. I even know the questions to the test by heart at this point when it comes to photos and videos. Because what's misinformation without that? That's crazy, bro. But see, people just swear it's the truth if you have a picture or a video. How about we look at the timeline? What time did you record that? Did that person know you were recording them? Number 3, I mean, I could go deep with the questions. What year was it? Was this before or after that person's surgery? Did that person have blood pressure issues while you were snapping pictures of them? Why they didn't notice? What's that person's blood type? Because see, a photo ain't going to tell you all that. You would have to go in a deeper investigation watch on a person for that type of information. A photo ain't finna tell you a person's heart rate, blood pressure. It's just stupid. But they swear they know you from that. It's just stupid. Like, oh, okay, well, you got that photo of me. What's my blood type? Yeah, what culture of nationality do I come from? What kind of visions do I have about people? Did you know I have visions? What do I do when I'm sad? Because some people, when they sad, you'll never know it. Literally, you'll never know it. And then some people, when they happy, you'll never know it too, because they keep the same, they carry themselves the same. When they happy, when they sad. So what's a photo? You know what I mean? I appreciate photo memories just like everybody else, but just because a person was smiling on a picture don't mean they was happy. Just because a person was frowning on a picture don't mean they was upset. They said some people have a natural mug. They don't need, people be thinking they mean and they not. Just because of how they face look. And they still trying to prove this and that. No, but some things tell you a lot. They say a photo says 1,000 words. That's a whole quote. It's a generational quote. They've been saying for years. So the modern day people of today really are funny to me. You know what I'm saying? If a picture say 1,000 words, get to speaking. And why every word negative? It's called misinformation. Or people use misinformation to literally tear others down. And like we've forgotten that. What was the point of a rumor to begin with? Because the day that you hear, oh, that rumor's not true, why the hell would you keep spreading it? Anybody. They have a game that they used to make us play in elementary school called Telephone. The game Telephone works like this. You got to have at least 3 people, maybe more. But you you say a statement, and then they're supposed to pass this statement around the circle. And it's interesting with this game. Every time they get to the end of the circle, the statement is never the same as what it started with. It's a whole experiment they've already tested, and they get the same results every time. If they don't prove that people are not as loyal as they say, you changing one word makes that whole statement different. The statement could have started, oh, she's rich. By the end of the... It's done turned out she's a bitch. That ain't what we said she's rich. We didn't say she's a bitch, but because it sounded alike, now misinformation is being spread. It's just retarded. It's just very stupid, bro. So I'm trying to stay on topic here, like, because I could talk about a topic like this, age of truth and exposure versus information all day long. But I don't have all day. So I got to say what I need to say and wrap this up real quick. And hopefully somebody, who needs to come across this does hear it, because maybe somebody was already thinking deep inside, should I stay on social media? Should I stay on the internet? At least Kim Kardashian, she alchemized her situation. It turned from a sex video to look at her now. Look at her now. People don't look at Kim Kardashian and just think sex bunny or sex goddess, or not to my understanding. They more look at her as a businesswoman now. And her big blow up literally started over a sex tape. That's a woman that I know she might have a lot of negative comments that said about her. And I'm not here to defend them, but I saw what happened with her. I used to watch the Kardashian TV show. So, period. She couldn't stop what had leaked about her and went viral, but she did use it in a way to elevate her life. Who's mad? Kanye West wasn't. And we see the businessman that he is. And I don't think he had anything to do with her sex video, actually. That's my personal opinion. I don't think he had anything to do with it. That was leaked before they were even together. You see, you can't control who leaked what about you unless you the one behind the scenes, because she's been allegedly accused of that too, that they had leaked that video on purpose. Talking about, because you notice they never found who actually did it. You sitting up here on the news stations talking about, oh, somebody leaked that of me and Ray J. Oh, really? So why didn't they never find who did it? But I try to be sensitive about people's situations too, because if I don't know all the details, what can I really say? I'm just saying what's been allegedly said about that. Like, they never did come out like, oh, yeah, we found the one who leaked this about Kim Kardashian. They can find all this other information about people, but when it comes to stuff that's leaked, you rarely hear a follow-up that they found who leaked it. You're a very blessed person if you get if you get to the bottom of WHO leaked something. We know that it's leaked, because once it's leaked, that's it. It's all over the world. It's all over the globe. It's all over the internet, right? Yeah, but you're a pretty blessed buddy or sister if they're able to find who did it. And they're not finna keep playing with my mind. You can find all this other stuff. They found Bin Laden and everybody else, but you can't find who be leaking people business. People better stop playing them games. Because Mr. Trump is not. His whole networks, broadcast networks, media communication networks being shut down as we speak, or being investigated as we speak, just because he claims they were spreading misinformation about him. Maybe he's saying it's dangerous. Okay, well, if you understand that, Mr. President, first about yourself, why wouldn't it apply for anybody else? All of us are going through that. Any of us that made a social media account at this point in life, you are at risk of, you're at risk of your business being leaked. So, I'm glad I have a newer perception way to look at it. I don't agree with it. I just see how pretty much that's the way of the world today. The internet is a big part of the world. Like, once you put something on there, you can't be mad that it get leaked. You can use your rights and sue a person, though. They just be posting photos and videos and leaking stuff for people, not expecting any penalties. That's what's kind of like immature about society right now. I tried to imagine if they would have had these photos and stuff in the Greek days or the Bible days, if phones and cell phones would have been out. And I thought about it. People probably would have acted the same way. It doesn't matter what time in history it is. It's exposing something about human nature. They've always been nosy. They've always want to go see a mystery, but once the truth is in their face, they don't want to accept it. Because that's a quote, the truth has always been a hard pill to swallow. Just trust me, the next thing you try to swallow, and it's hard to swallow, it was probably the truth you were tasting. More people have a hate for the truth and a love for misinformation. Misinformation is easier to swallow and make a person feel like they know everything. That's why some people still believe the earth is round and others believe it's flat. But one of them is misinformation. And that's what they need to focus on, not the misinformation they're spreading about the Trump administration. There's other things that people have been lied to about. If you're going to make it real, make it real. Everything that's been lied about is going to get, in my opinion, the penalties are coming anyway. That's going to be higher than anything on this earth, how they feel about it. The cosmos, what people say they understand and believe in so much, well, the cosmos definitely stand for truth. The cosmos are not retarded. None of the Greek gods and mythical gods I've ever read about were retarded. They know what truth is, and they know what a lie is. You want to say it's only wrong to spread misinformation about certain people, about certain organizations, okay? But it was okay to tell people the earth is flat and round. People still don't know which one is true. That should be a problem to NASA and a lot of people. Some still don't know if they went to the moon for real or not. They're saying that was stage 2. It's just funny. The biggest liars be quick in line to call somebody else guilty of spreading misinformation. No, truth tellers are always seen for what they are. And yes, you know one is one. You know one is that when they are, because that's the signs of it. A real truth teller is under attack every day. And it's a weird, strange world. They say the truth is stranger than fiction. It's a strange world. You would think those are protected. Those are reverenced and respected, but they're not. Those are the ones got to be tried to make to be something that they're not, because people are still trying to cover and bury the truth about many different things on the earth. But now, oh no, if you're talking about MAGA, if you're talking about the Trump administration, we're watching you. Oh, really? You should be watching those who lied about Egyptian culture and history and where black people came from and where their money is and where their inheritances are. That don't matter. So why do you expect us to... That's crazy. But we're supposed to respect the misinformation being spread about you. It was okay to do it to black people. Oh, we'll just tell the world they're thugs. We'll tell the world that black men are thugs and they're all dangerous. That was the biggest misinformation that was ever spread. People know black people's true history, and it had nothing to do with thug and gangsterism, and it really didn't. They were more known to help other cultures advance, like the ancient Egyptians. Because I can point out 4 or 5 different practices and things that they use in America today that came straight from Egypt. So who's talking about misinformation? Let's really talk about it then. You kept telling people black women are this and that. They're lazy, they do drugs, and they're whores. And the black men, they're thugs and gangsters and they're dangerous. And they sell drugs. That's misinformation that has literally got some black people caught up in all kind of crossfires. Because they really weren't that. Even with Young King Von's story, right? The Chicago rapper that lost his life recently. See, a lot of people was trying to just make him look, oh yeah, that boy had a demonic presence around him. That boy was evil. He was just in the streets. Y'all don't know that man's story? Actually, his teachers and stuff was saying he was one of the top learners. Don't let the rap in the streets fool you about all black people when you talk about misinformation. He was one of the honor students of the school. It's just that when academics in a better life is calling your name, sometimes the lower parts of life are calling your name too, all at the same damn time. It's just a matter of which voice you choose to surrender to. You give your everything to. Because, like, if you come from a generation of people that misinformation has been spread about over and over and over and over again, how hard would you have to fight just to clean that reputation back up, just to prove and show the truth. It's funny how much truth you can expose just by being quiet, for example. And they'll still say you're spreading misinformation, and you're quiet. You're spreading misinformation because you're minding your business. You're not sharing the information. Nobody shared any information with you. So anything that you know has to be false. They say, well, a woman that sits alone, who's her teacher? They might as well just ask the real questions that they want to ask. Who would be a woman like that or a man like that teacher? Somebody that sit all alone. Who's their teacher? Well, you got books, you got AI, you got internet, ask Google. Who is their teacher? And if you have a problem with Google being people's teacher, they shouldn't have created Google. It's the age of truth and information. But at the same time, here comes misinformation trying to creep on in there and find her a place in the world because she knows her time is almost up. There will be no space in the new world for misinformation. So much truth will have been exposed by then. In the age of the new world, there will be no more room for misinformation. It's funny how they call misinformation, and history. Like there's a his at the prefix of the word, but misinformation has the whole word miss. It's just something in that I'm seeing. I don't know what it means yet. And it's okay to spread misinformation about a nationality of people, whole history. But if you talk about the Trump administration, oh, we're after you. We're sending the FBI after you. Why? Because I had an opinion about Trump? Okay, but if we don't reverence you at all and just pretend we don't see you at all, and it's just like, oh, you the president, that ain't our business, you would find that disrespectful. That nobody talks about you at all. Like, I'm trying to show people, anything you withdraw your energy from anyway, it's just going to lose power. Like, oh, you're the president because you say you're the president. You're the president because you say you've been voted in. That's your seat. What does that have to do with the rest of us? Oh, what it has to do with us is because now that you're in that seat of power, you pretty much control what happens with us. But you're saying we shouldn't have no opinion about it. Make it make sense. Everything everybody say about the Trump administration is not misinformation. You wish it was. They really are doing the things that the news is saying they're doing. What the hell? They really are changing things, and some of these executive orders really are what they are. So you tell me how that's misinformation. You just don't like people having an opinion about it. I don't know who it is in the Trump administration that has that type of mentality, but Lady Justice does agree with that. You don't get to just only make that apply to you, while others are running around here having misinformation smear campaigns stomped all over them, but the government is not doing anything about it. Make that make sense. But if you talk about Trump, oh, they got a whole team and army to come for you and your broadcast. They got the money, the funds, the resources to do it too. You messing with little people that's doing what they can to get by. Like, how do you feel powerful like that? And if I was Trump, I wouldn't want anybody like that on my administration. You don't even have a high enough emotional intelligence level to be on my administration. It would take like some real strong-hearted, strong-minded people to work with me if I was the president. We wouldn't just have people who are emotionally affected over what somebody said on their broadcast. That's crazy. Broadcast was here before he was the president the first term. No other president have you seen had a problem with what people say on the news. They're too busy being the president. They don't have time to worry about what you think about them on Twitter and what you think about them on Instagram. First of all, because that stuff wasn't out yet with the other presidents. Maybe a few of them. But what was out was newspapers and radio broadcasts and TV, and you just didn't see presidents on the news complaining about what somebody said about them. I never heard that about George Washington. He obviously didn't give two fucks what a person felt about him. He's too busy being George Washington. That's why his face is on the money. He actually had some type of, he probably wasn't perfect, But he had that about himself. He's not, I'm just sick of this, bro. Like, I'm trying to speak in a nice way about this topic. This has been out of control. That's what's wrong, because if your leader is worried about who talking about them, what example are you showing the people? Now you're going to have people following being like you in the administration worried about what people are saying about them. And people saying, why are they like that? Open your eyes. They're like that because their president's like that. Now everybody, instead of focusing on their work and their lives and their goals and careers, are wondering what's floating around about them on the internet. That's what they're being consumed with in their time now. With their time now. They got to go double check Google and iClouds every day and make sure ain't no bullshit floating around about them. The president ain't the only one going through that. Or the Trump administration or the MAGA followers. That is so stupid. But we got to be scammers if we come up with some coffee mugs and shirts that we want to sell. But when the MAGA people go sell that shit, the money goes straight back to Trump. That's not fair. That's just not fair. But anybody else trying to sell something, they criminals. Oh, they scammers. Oh, they must be trying to do something. What, pay our bills? You don't give us much option of what we can do in America, really, these days. Everything is censored. Even at your jobs, you think you ain't being seen there? Y'all being seen at them jobs. It's just like, where's people have disappointed me, like where their minds are. They thought I meant we were being surveillanced because there's cameras on every public building, which there is. But see, it ain't just those cameras you have to worry about. You never know who was recording you doing something. Who was recording you saying something? Who was recording you shopping that day? Who was recording you, See, people just be living their everyday lives. They're just more sensitive. But I'm going to tell y'all something that may or may not inspire you guys here at You Will Make It TV today. Being more censored and watching surveillance, for me, only made me a better person. I already feel it happening. It's making me be more of me, no matter who the fuck is watching me. And I say that's something to be proud of. I can have a bad day, a good day, and I'm going to be 100% confident in myself. Because guess what? When you have a person under surveillance damn near their whole life, what did you expect them to become? You should have did an experiment and see how that would work out first. You don't just do that. You don't know what that person will become. Were they supposed to be down on their luck because you're surveillancing them? You're censoring them? They just supposed to go sit in the corner all day and cry? Because that's what they would have censored me doing had I not found any strength and confidence about myself. That's crazy. You want to censor a person and they supposed to walk on eggshells. Because who are you? If anything, I'm more concerned about the angels and the cosmos above that are watching what I do every day. These people on earth are the least of my issue because I see where their minds and hearts are. They're not good examples to follow. They get in groups and then that's what makes them right. Groups and communities and outnumber people and then their opinions are more right. Since when? Since when? Oh, since the new modern day times, this is what they do now. Everywhere you go, people have a phone, whether they show you their phone or not. And everybody's phone got a camera and a video camera on it. That's all I need to know. But I'm not finna sit here and study my environment. Like, okay, who all got a phone in here before I get in here and get comfortable? And I'm speaking on it so boldly because I have seen people secretly recording me. I don't give a damn. And laughed at their ass in secret. Shit. Because when you pull it up later, I'm going to remember the date, the time. I'm going to remember your face. I saw you. I saw your ass when you did it. I would say I have more character and integrity that I didn't say a bitch ass thing to you. I just let you keep recording. Just knowing. That's why I say to me, they can say, oh, we're all seeing eye. You know what's powerful than seeing, though? Knowing. It'll always be. Always, in my opinion. I'm not saying F what you see, but what about what a person knows? That eye versus the mind, why you think the third eye, they got it on the forehead? That's just a piece of the knowledge. You thought you knew everything because you researched the all-seeing eye. But you didn't research how powerful the mind is. Did you? Yeah, they did. That's why they have computers and technology now. Where did you think they get the functions for this technology? They copy the human brain. That's how powerful it is. How do you think a robot is created to do everything a human does? You looked at the makeup of a human, it was already powerful. The way it comes naturally. They said the mind is like a sponge, and the first 5 years of a child's life, their mind is like a sponge, bro, like SpongeBob. Like, you just, everything you said, that kid mind absorb everything around him. And that's why they say the first 5 years of a child's life is vital to who they may become in their future. But you tell me the mind is not powerful. I could give 2 F's about the all-seeing eye. Y'all ain't never heard nobody say that, but I've been on some deeper, so I could care less about it. The all-seeing eye to me has something to do with cameras. I know that much. Because no human being can see everybody at the same time, last I checked. So who the hell is that supposed to be about? But even when I think about it, all-seeing is powerful. But all-knowing will always outlast it. You see what I'm saying? It'll always outpower somebody that just feel like they see everything. What about a person who just knows, but they had a blindfold on? They don't want to talk about that. So apparently all-knowing is more, and then you could tell a person is, they would be like, prove it. If you're all-knowing, prove it. I could go there, but it could scare people. It could scare the hell out of people, which might be what we need. People have too much hell in them. That's the problem. The hell tells them, oh, as long as you see everything, you know everything. That's not true, because Lady Justice didn't have to know anything. She got a blindfold on. That sword in her hand is the truth. How she got to cut through all the bullshit every day just to see the truth with a blindfold on. So how is the all-seeing eye more powerful than it? It's just crazy, bro. And you don't mean no disrespect to anybody's culture or religion or beliefs. And they got that same ass eye on the back of the dollar bill. Something you can use against a person at any given time. I don't want no parts of nothing that you feel like you're so above because you got all this money with an eye on the back of it. And now you control me. No, I said, God, I want power. I would have thought he would have gave me money. I would have thought he gave me a bunch of cars and connections. No. He gave me more knowledge, though. Knowledge about things that people don't even want to hear today. They don't even find it significant. But that's okay. I soak it in for myself. That's okay. Or you come across the people that's supposed to hear it, or the people that's supposed to hear it come across you. Because I know it's other people that love knowledge out there. And we're not finna sit here and play like colleges and universities is the only place you can get a higher knowledge. True higher knowledge to me comes from a place higher than educational systems. It just does. They said, well, the highest honor of degree you could get is a doctorate or something. No, there's a higher knowledge than that. That's what I'm trying to tell people. You're fighting for the highest dollar amount. Now, let's see how that works for people. Fighting for the highest dollar amount has only led us to war and famines and destruction in places that it didn't even have to happen. And that's why I do reverence to King Solomon a lot. This man that was literally recorded, not just in the Bible, but in true historical artifacts. He really did exist. He was known for his heightened knowledge. Look at the position they put him in. Look at who everybody ran to at that time. When they couldn't understand something or they didn't know what to do about something, they would literally travel miles from across the world to get a piece of this man's knowledge. Okay? Not a piece of his wealth, not one of his wives or a piece of his land. Literally would travel miles and miles and miles across the world just to like get his insight on something. I'm not saying I'm trying to be him or I'm just saying, why in modern day times is somebody sitting on that much knowledge? We got to study and research them. There got to be something wrong. No, you're just not used to what's right. You told everybody that's what's more powerful, the all-seeing eye. Well, what about the all-knowing? The all-knowing wouldn't have to be able to see or hear or feel or taste or smell. Do you know what knowing means? Knowing. You just know. That's why they be trying to attack people's minds to me. You can't take that away from you can't take that away from a person. Their desire for knowledge. I don't know. What you gonna do? Defame them, spread some misinformation so they feel like their knowledge is not valuable? That's retarded to me. And there's no leader sitting up there as a king or a president and they don't have an education. They don't have some type of knowledge about what they do. You sitting up here trying to downplay who whole people are. It's weird. So anyways, I was just looking at that like, why is he getting more serious about what news stations is spreading information about the Trump administration? And people been going through that. People's businesses, they kids, they families, they have to suffer it. Who are you? You thought you just supposed to do something? Them MAGA people was supposed to storm the White House and nobody's supposed to talk about it. Oh, let the past go. Woe unto them. That's all I got to say to that. And we're supposed to let our past go too, though it's full of treachery and theft and abuse, slavery, you name it. A particular culture of people, yeah, that's all in their history. It's whole books out here already. That's probably why they tried to burn them all and hide it. But, you know, if you hide one piece of history, you might as well hide it all. Because who are you? Lady Justice doesn't agree with that. You know, that's my new quote. I mean, my new, what is that called? That's my new affirmation. What Lady Justice does and doesn't agree with. You'll hear that a lot right here at You Will Make It TV. I heard he's changing the department name to the Department of War instead of the Department of Defense. That's fine. But don't change Lady Justice to anything. Leave it just like that. Because, see, in the age of truth, more truth is going to come out about why certain symbolisms are the way they are, where they derive from, and what's really behind it. You see what I'm saying? It don't matter who you kick to the side, reject, tell them they ain't got enough money. They don't need no money if they all knowing. They get that knowledge up, they know it too. Even in prison systems, they've incorporated like educational rights for the prisoners, and I think it's very important, and I'm happy to hear every state that's incorporated that, where they have kind of like GED programs, or like some people get out with their whole degree. At least their time wasn't wasted in there. They get out more knowledgeable. Last time I was in jail too, all I did is read books, literally. I don't know what it did to me. Just if you are in isolation too long, just reading books, that's going to change you anyway. Some of the people at the time was telling me I seemed different. And I'm like, I seem different just spending a month in a county? I could imagine who I would be. Not that I wish that upon myself. Because you don't have to be in prison to practice isolation. Amen or amen. But it's funny what it does to some of us. I should have paid attention to it longer ago. Like, don't do it as a way of protection or none of that. Just practice isolation because you want to. You're going to see a lot in life about yourself and about others. Because you practicing isolation don't mean you don't still hear the outside world every day. You don't still see the outside news. Even in jail, they get to watch the news. They got a recreation room where people can sit down and watch TV. They can watch the sports. They're not, what I'm saying is they're not just like that distant from the world just because they're isolated. They still get to watch TV, read books, stuff like that. They might hear from people in the outside world. Of course, they wouldn't be as connected, just like somebody like myself or another person who practices isolation just for effing fun, right? Like, what does it do for people? That's why they have social media. They don't want nobody practicing isolation. I mean, you could be isolated at home while you scroll social media, but you're not alone. That's why when people join social media, they already feel like they're, oh, okay, I'm on Facebook. Oh, okay, I don't feel alone anymore. Look at all these people. That's dumb, bro. That's how I look at it. If I ever struggle a little bit some days and I tell myself, oh, I'm lonely, if I'm not ready to break that isolation, all I got to do is get on social media. I ain't going to feel lonely no more. I get to see what everybody else doing, what everybody else talking about. Then sometimes I get tired of that and I'm like, oh, see, I see why I'm in isolation. Ain't much change out here. If anything, it seems like things are getting worse. Sorry guys, I had to mute it so I could blow my nose real quick. But yeah, like people be wanting you to feel like you missing out on something for being isolated. No, look at what it does to some people. So back to what I was saying, they noticed it, but I noticed it too. I was talking different. I was more observant. It was just weird, bro. And I could just imagine had I spent like years. And it shouldn't take you spending years in a effing jail cell for you to know that you have the right not only to remain silent before some goddamn handcuffs, you have the right to remain silent just because that's your right. You got the right to speak when you feel like speaking. It's called the freedom of speech. And you have the right to isolate yourself. And it doesn't have to be because you were on some kind of ankle monitor or in a jail cell. Talk about alchemy. Because why does only certain things have to be put there for people to fear? There actually are positive benefits on the other side of some of the same things our systems use to punish people. It doesn't always have to be a punishable thing. Isolation has been known to do great things for people. Like in hospitals, you don't see them in a room with a lot of people. They all have their own rooms. So they are now isolated, if you will. They're isolated until they have been checked out of their hospital. That's why most times we don't leave an isolated person and a sick person in the hospital. They get visitors, or like I said, they still kind of have a connection to the outside world. They have TVs and stuff in the room. They can still watch the news right there from the hospital bed. But for the most part, they're isolated until they get released from the hospital. That's just how that is. So I don't know. I end up going a whole nother direction with this topic. I'm trying to go back to my notes here because I think I'm about done with this one. But if you didn't remember anything else I said, this is not misinformation. PBS and NPR really did suffer budget cuts this year in 2025. Two very well-known public news broadcast stations. Okay? Now, and then I mentioned allegedly they're just pretty much looking more into investigating, however you want to look at it, following more broadcasts just to see, I don't know, if they're doing the right thing, or if it's just really sad that now this is censorship. Because me, I can't help but talk, whether I'm on a live broadcast or not, I can't help but talk about things that actually matter. They think, well, if we put this, we're gonna. When you mock me and you think you're hiding information to me, you're mocking Lady Justice. She has a blindfold on, ladies and gentlemen. That means she couldn't even see everything. All she have is her sword and her balance beam to weigh truth and lies, because your eyes were covered the whole time. Okay? People act like that's a crime, but Lady Justice herself wears a blindfold. So you're not going to punish and penalize me for what I don't know, and then turn around and punish and penalize me for the knowledge that I seek. Pick one, so I can know the direction I need to go. You pick one. You penalize a person for seeking knowledge, then you want to turn around and penalize a person for what they don't know. How is that justice? And then if they didn't know it, why did they not know it? Because everybody's reasoning is not that they weren't interested in the knowledge. Who was hiding it from them? Who thought it was funny to watch a person go down a road full of traffic with a blindfold on? Who thought that was funny? Even in my life or the next person's life. You could tell the person, hey, there's a car coming, but you just chose to watch them walk in traffic with a blindfold on. You weren't concerned if they need to see an eye doctor or anything. This the kind of, I love that I'm saying the truth about people. They're making me love isolation even more. And I'm regretting that I wasn't on the track of isolation at a younger age too. But I always did seem to be a loner, or I was okay by myself. I don't know how to explain it to people, but that always was kind of me. Of course, when you don't understand that, yeah, it turns more into loneliness or insecurity, or you feel like something wrong with you because you just spend a lot of time alone. That's why even when you would get with people, they thought you were weird, even if they didn't say it out loud, because you're still more quiet in the room. At least some people were honest. They like, hey, can you stop being so quiet? It make me think something suspicious about you. And I found it funny because people suspicious about me are the ones that talk so much and then ask you, how do you know this and that? Like, you talk so much, I heard you. I put the puzzle pieces together. I don't know how to explain it to people, but yeah, some people told me that silence actually scares them. I don't know why. They be like, you be too quiet. It just gives off sneaky or this or that. I don't care what it gives off. I can't learn anything if my mouth is always open. I can't. How does that work? I know people always knew I was a observer. I don't know if it's true, but they told me when I was an infant, because I kind of see that with one of my daughters right now. They said when I was an infant, I used to just like study people. I don't know. It's weird. I don't even know why I'm bringing it up. But I'm telling y'all what's in me is in me. That's not something I went and copied or want to be or pretending to be. You've been told stories of how you were as a little bitty girl. You just didn't know why. I don't know why. Sometimes right now, it's just starting to make a little more sense. But you were just the type to be quiet. Maybe you feared people knowing your thoughts. That's why over all these years that people was like, speak your mind. Don't just say it in secret, speak your mind. That makes you real. And when I would make this joke, like, oh, sweetie, had I spoke my mind a long time ago, I don't even think I would be here. Because, see, people really can't handle the truth the way they say they can, bro. They really can't. Or your truth. Let me not say the truth, your truth. I live by the golden rule. I want to treat people how I want to be treated. So why would I deny somebody else's truth? When if they tell me that's their truth, I'm gonna believe it until I find evidence that that ain't their truth. That's how life is supposed to work. That's why I'm embodying Lady Justice and others aren't. It's not something you can admire it. You're not supposed to envy that. You want to embody Lady Justice, you got to know what come with that. And it is more silence when you want to speak. And if you do speak, God didn't tell me to speak my mind. He said, speak your heart. The advice people gave me was speak your mind. All the people I see do that, they think they're better than people too. I speak my mind to anybody. That's what they brag about. And I took it for years. I done heard what's on so many people's mind, even when they didn't speak it, but I wasn't supposed to say that. So I'd rather speak my heart. Because most people hide how they really feel in their heart. You know what I'm saying? So I already make it a habit to practice speaking my heart. That way there's nothing hidden there. You can take all the pictures and videos you want to and say I'm hiding something. But 9 times out of 10, if you got audios of what I've said, oh, baby, that came from my heart. And the Bible says, what it say? Something about from the heart, the mouth speaks. I don't know the scripture verbatim or something like that. People think they speak in their mind, though. You ain't going to say nothing that's on your mind that wasn't in your heart first, though. Let's be real. Some people, it's just on your mind because somebody put it there. Quit thinking everything on your mind is right. That's why there are some spiritual practices that teach you need a renewing of your mind. If you keep living your life with the same mind you had at 10, 17, 27, your mind should be growing with you. Every year you have a birthday, that ain't just your body turning a new age. Your mind should be advancing. Don't try to tell us that's quiet, we're crazy. I've been quiet thinking about things like that. Like, oh, I'm not strange. Nothing weird's going on with me. I'm just getting older. It's okay for everybody else, but they was just like, oh no, Teddy Sherry is getting older. Yeah, I'm getting older, and my mind is growing with it, and I'm not done growing yet. You know what I'm saying? Why would I be okay with seeing my feet grow, my body grow, my hair grow, everything else about me grow, but I'm not gonna give myself reverence to where my mind has advanced? And ain't nobody gonna tell me there's anything wrong with that. It should advance. Why would I still be thinking like I'm 18 in my 30s? And that's not a shot at nobody. But they want to stay stuck in young mind frames and drag you there. I don't have time for that. People, come on, that's okay. We can just spread a misinformation about that person. No, I will not join you to do that. I don't care who asked me to do it. Or I'm not just going to simply believe what you said because that was on your mind. Is your mind even right? Does your mind grow with you every year? I do find some people's minds comical. That's something I actually enjoy about the diversity of people on Earth. I thank the cosmos for stuff like that. Whether people know it or not, like, thank you for so many different people on Earth. Like, so many ways to show me how people think. You thought it was just 3 ways of thought process? It's not. It's more than a million ways that people process the things they see every day. So to me, it's deeper than what we see, okay? It's how we process what we see, and then it's your knowing thereafter. Because knowing is like, it don't just go away. It's more than a memory that's like imprinted into your soul. A knowing, that's what I'm after, not just a seeing. What did you see? What did you see? I appreciate the gift of sight. Don't get me wrong, both physically and spiritually. Actually, I ran from the spiritual sight side. I might give that testimony real quick. Like, I was just scared. It's like I started seeing a little bit, and this was back in 2015. So what is that, 10 years ago? And it might be significant because the number 10 means divine judgment, divine order. I'm sorry, judgment is the number 9. But I don't look at this from angel numbers. I get this from where I got it. So 10 means divine order. It's been 10 years. And when I first started seeing, I didn't even know seeing into the spiritual was real. So it had kind of like frightened me, which is absolutely normal. That doesn't mean that you were throwing away your gift or saying that you don't want your gift or you didn't even understand what was happening to you. And it was like I ran from that. I'm not going to lie to nobody. I was running from things that I didn't understand why I was seeing it. Like, I don't want to see that, God. Just let me live my life. I just want to live my life, God. I'm in my younger 20s. Sometimes I pointed it out to God. Look at what the other young girls are doing. I do that. I do that less, but I still kind of do that sometimes, depending on how I'm feeling. Because it's like you have to keep your balance. And that throws me off balance to look at what other women are doing at my age. That's not my business. It's good to know, or you know, we just talked about knowing. But it's not for me to like just focus on every day. Like, oh, look at all the other 31-year-olds and the 32-year-old. Look at what they're doing. Look at all the other mothers that are my age. Look at what they're doing. I don't have time for that anymore. I'm focused on what I do. Because, you know, what I read in history, there have been kings and queens as young as 7 and 8 years old. And they didn't have time to go play outside with the other little kids. Their dynasties were preparing them for their future. So it's okay for us to all grow at different rates. And some of us, we are behind. That's why it's, when we do tap in, it seems like exponential growth. Like, why is she growing so fast? Don't ask that question. Ask how long she was delayed. That person deserves a quicker. If she has proven to the universe, look, I can sponge up this knowledge this quick. Like, it just, you know, like I was trying to teach people, learn at a different rate. They catch on at a different rate. I was telling one of my daughters earlier, the more you actually listening is the first step. The more you obey, the more I trust you with. Because anybody can listen to me and say, okay, I'm finna go do what you said. But I found out a week later, you did the complete opposite. Now, why would I trust you? I wouldn't care if that's my child or the next person. People thought they could keep you. Like, manipulation only goes so far once a person begins to grow. Like, who you using it on? Just like the cosmos and the universe and God Almighty has shown me, the more that I actually forget you just saying, oh, okay, I heard you, God. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'll get around to it. Why would I continue to trust you with what I'm telling you? Okay, so I trust you. That's something the universe has shown me thus far. I trust you with some of the mysteries and secrets of the world and of the future and of the past. If you want to remain in that light, this goes for me or any other gifted of the world. If you want to remain in that light with some spiritual deity or some spiritual cultural belief you have, you would have to prove back. That's what people are not used to. Everybody wants everything on demand. But what are you giving back? Because the more you give back, the more you're trusted with. Okay? That's just something I've been learning on my spiritual journey walk. And as I was telling my daughter that, y'all, you wouldn't believe this. Sometimes I be telling them stuff, and this whole time, I don't know if people are going to believe this whole time, the same lessons that I speak out of my mouth to my daughters just through trying to get it right, it be like the universe is whispering it to me. I don't even know how to explain that to people. I said, daughter, the more I see you obey, that's when I trust you with more. There's no other way you can earn this or that. I have to see you obeying. Then I just trust. Next thing you know, you look up, you got a blessing here, a blessing there. You didn't even ask for this. I done bought you an iPhone. You got all kind of stuff because I can trust you more. Everything, every instruction I've laid before you, not only do you obey it, you succeeded. You over succeed what I've asked you to do. So why wouldn't I trust you with more? You see? And as I was telling her, I got silent and thought about what I said, and the universe was like, mm-hmm. Now, what about with you and what I be telling? So sometimes people could be on the outside like, oh, that person having so much problem with their kid. Well, maybe that's how the universe felt they was going through with me. That don't mean that person don't love their kids, or it really don't even be a problem. Sometimes the cosmos just use some of our children to help us get a better clarification of how we look to them. Don't you hate repeating the same thing over and over again? Any one of us would hate that. And people pretending they listening, but you got to repeat it again because another emergency done happened. Another thing that could have been avoided done went down, but ain't nobody listening. That's how we look to the universe. And nobody on a mature level as powerful as the universe is finna keep playing those games to people they know can clearly have ears, clearly heard them the first time. They just chose to go their own way about something, right? They keep trying to put our life, me and my kids' life, in the box of standards that they've created. But we'll see how that goes. When really we are the standard. Look at her life. Look at her life. Look at the lessons she teach her children, and look how many times she have to say it. Well, that's normal if they're youth. But we can apply that same theory to each and every one of our lives. That's where my confidence is building back up, because it's all about perception. And I told the universe, you can continue. I welcome you to continue to teach me lessons through my own children, through my own parenting experiences right now. It's not too many parents that tell the universe that. I don't even know if people talk to God the way I do. But, they're quick to do the comparison. It's so stupid. Like, do you do the half of the spiritual work in the background that I do to literally elevate my life? Some people, yeah, they just got it through hard work. Good for them. Some of us, no. We pray for divine guidance. We sought divine guidance. We knew what we were up against was going to take some bigger force of help. Period. And I didn't wait and call the police that kind of force. Nope, I did not. Because I was never like in their system as a troublemaker or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? And I never thought I would see the day that people try to criminalize spirituality. Penalize or criminalize it. Don't penalize people with spirituality. That is the universe and God's job. That person or thing y'all call karma, that's their job. Karma was never no person. unless karma chooses a person to serve it through. Okay? I have so much like when y'all don't see me on the channel for a while, you don't know how the divine has been working with me. I don't care if it look like I've been doing nothing. That's the thing about knowing, and how I can see that a lot of people are not really, I don't know, we don't have enough discussions about it or something. A person knowing does not mean they know everything that's going to happen next, but they can tap into a knowing when they feel lost, when they feel like they can't see, when they feel like they can't hear, when they feel like they lack somewhere, to be able to just tap into your knowing. Like, the universe still doing that with me. Remember, it's like a pocketbook I put in your pocket. Remember, sweetie, like I'm one of my kids to the universe. I'm a child. I'm a child of the cosmics. Okay, so remember, my child, Teddy Sherry. Remember to refer to your pocketbook of guidance, whether that's the Bible or a more specific guide that the universe has blessed me with. Sometimes I respond to the universe, oh, I forgot you gave me that. Ooh, I was just about to panic and flip out again. Remember, did you check your pocket before you went off yesterday? Or did you just go off of perception? And was your perception right? I like the way I'm being guided, and I think it's healthy. I think it's different from anything society has ever shown me, to be honest with people. And it's great to bring up my testimony while I'm speaking on the topic of misinformation, because of course we only fear what we don't understand. But people still ask me why I have such a like delightful, welcoming aura about knowledge itself. Because I saw it a little bit. I don't care if it's just been 5 years or 3 years or 10 years. Ain't nobody got it right overnight. And let that person keep following their divine guidance. So if you're a Muslim, Buddhist, whatever it is that you practice, if it is helping you to elevate in life and it's not hurting nobody, people will say it is. Oh, it's hurting me that you're not the same no more. That's crazy to say. I mean, Donald Trump change every day. At what I'm going to sit and complain about it and say that his changes are hurting me? Because if I'm already tapped into where I'm supposed to be on my divine guidance journey, it doesn't matter what he changed about his life or this country. And that's just like, who is she to speak with that kind of authority? That's how the divine's love will make you feel, though. Like you're enough. It's funny. Only society makes you feel like otherwise, that you're not enough. You need more makeup. You need more money. You need more discipline. Okay. But see, what's guiding me tells me I'm enough every day, just the way I am. I said, I want to build this. And the divine said, you got everything you need. All I had was a pen, a journal, and a cell phone device. They don't have to believe my testimony. The divine responded, use what you have. You have everything you need. I said, what? All I have is a 2-bedroom apartment and a pen and a pencil and a journal tablet. Are you sure, divine? Yeah, use what you have. We only fear what we misunderstand. We only misinformize what we don't know. So I'm not seeking everything I can see. Keep your cameras, keep your video footage. I rather seek what I know. Tap back into what I know. And that doesn't mean what you're familiar with. Knowing is like a place. It's like a state of heart. It's a state of soul. It's a state of being. You'll be surprised what you know. It's crazy, bro. What you know, but you was running from. What you thought you knew, but it wasn't just what you thought you knew. You know that. It's a knowing. It's a place. Like peace, it's a place. It's a state of heart. Knowing, it's a state of heart. You don't need the next person's secret. You don't need the update on the next person's life. Because if it means that much to you, you're going to tap into your knowing. Your knowing might first tell you that other person's life ain't even your business. My knowing, I can trust. Because it puts me in place where I need to be put in place. Just like, how would I think that on my own? Like, wow, it seems like everything I've told my kids lately, it's supposed to be applying to my own life when it comes to the cosmos and what they've been trying to prepare me for and mold me into and shape me back to who I am. Everything I've told my kids, we know eventually they're going to grow up and all they can do is go back in reference to, I remember mommy saying this one day, because I do it with some of my former grandmothers and the women, the strong women that raised me. There's so many lessons and things they was trying to tell me back in the day. Even if I didn't get to call them and tell them, my God, you were right. My God, I know what you were trying to say now. My God, you were right about this and that. But They shouldn't have to know that. You knew you were right when you told me, right? Or you wouldn't have taught me that. Okay. So whether a person call you years later and tell you thank you or not for a good work you did or something you taught them, I told my kids it's about y'all not being able to say later you had absolutely no positive influences in your life. I choose to raise them where, no, I'm not going to pick your religion for you. I'm not going to force you to pray. What I am going to do is lead by example. I'm going to believe, I'm going to stand on what I do. You're going to see what it does for me. And then what you choose for your future, you can honestly say when you grow up that you chose it because you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? I didn't say that's the proper parenting way. Some people don't agree with that. They believe, you're supposed to be raising them in the Lord and they supposed to. Okay, because I've seen kids raised that way too and still went and chose a darker path, to be honest. Even Anton LaVey's daughter, the inventor of the Church of Satan, she didn't even end up staying in that cult. Like, she chose a different way of life. And that's what I was trying to explain on my short yesterday by using the example of the Moana movie. You think the universe was waiting on her parents to agree with her future? No. The sea was calling that baby at a young age, behind their back. So who am I to control what my kids believe in or not? You know, not saying I thought that through Moana, but yeah, Moana, I just feel like people should go watch that movie. I think the last I heard, they're finna come out with a new version where it's more like less animated. And when they do, kind of like they just did Lion King recently, we've got to go see that. We've got to go see that. I don't know if it come out this year or next year, but I already told the girls we're going to go see that version. Moana made everybody I ever watched it with cry. Moana and Frozen, okay? Frozen, I relate to that princess too. The Ice Princess, is many significant symbolisms in that movie. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it was like her and her sister had to be separated because her power was that great and her parents had taught her you can't be that close to your sister no more because she might hurt you. You don't know how many of us have actually really lived that. Somebody telling your little sister, no, you got to stay away from big sister. She's dangerous. Look, she don't even understand her power. And no matter what they tried to put in that little sister head about her sister, she loved her big sister. So that movie right there, every time I watch it, I'm sorry, it's a tearjerker. When they lock her in a room and try to keep her away from her sister just because they feared her, instead of more studying and helping her to learn her power and how to use her power in a way that it wouldn't hurt nobody, they felt like it was just best to go lock her away. And I'm sorry, that movie makes me cry. That one and Frozen and Moana, two princesses that were highly misunderstood by their very own families. But their families were so special, their families were chosen for those babies to be born through, for those babies to be raised by. And that's why I'm trying to be careful with my little divine babies. No, I'm not finna tell you the way to go in life. What I am going to do is give you the best instruction that I can give you every day, because I see how the devil be testing kids at an early age. It's called peer pressure. It's called social influence. And it's all over the world today. You know, and I just feel like we need a new approach as parents. Using the old school way in the modern day time is crazy. Some of us have tried it. That's not promised that your kid is not going to go a whole nother direction, whether it's the divine calling them that way or something darker. Just know it's real for each and every one of our offsprings. It's a lot of parents with grown kids today think they know their kids better than them. You know, they tell their kid, I know you better than you. I changed your diapers. But they really don't. That's why these serial killers and stuff, when they come out on the news, people be shocked. Like, oh, that was my own husband. That was my own son. That was my own friend. And I didn't know that person was like that. Yeah, it's called a double life. They were doing something else with their life. You just knew the version of them they showed you. But that's what I'm trying to teach when it comes to having a knowing versus what you just see. You don't have to be some spiritual guru to tap into that. Because if your real intention is to know and not just make assumptions off of what you see, you're going to tap into that knowing. Some kind of way the divine finds a powerful way to deliver what you need to know to you. I'll be picking up on stuff like in a matter of 2-3 seconds. Because if it was meant for you to know, it's going to fly across you. It's going to come across you right at the exact moment, the exact second, the exact month, year, date. I was just talking to one of my daughters about that, how it just seems like certain things happen to me on certain dates as if God knew I was going to need to go back and reference to it. Some of this stuff I can't forget just because it happened on my birthday, or it happened on this holiday, or it happened one day after this or that. It helps you to better, it's not just about memory. How is it just a memory when it happened on a whole specific date or time, or it was snowing that day, so you will never forget it. It was raining that day, so you will never, ever, ever forget it. You could have just been walking to the store, but no, this particular day, it rained on you while you walked to the, so you would never forget that day. You see, I feel like that's the divine at play when stuff like that happens. Like, it's because that's one of those memories that are meant to actually be imprinted on your soul. You're not supposed to forget it. You just never knew you would have to go back and reference to it for any reason. Even if it was on somebody else's birthday, I've had significant things, happen when it was somebody else's birthday, but I'll still never forget it because it was on a special person that I knew birthday, whether they know about it or not. You see, it's something about that knowing to me. So once again, I asked the question, what is the age of truth and exposure when you are literally fighting misinformation at the same time? Can you still appreciate the age of truth and exposure with misinformation right there on the other side, right there on your ankles and trails, trailing your every move? Can you still appreciate the gift of the age of truth? Any one of us, it's just a question for us to reflect on today. Me, like I said, the age of truth and exposure, I don't know if it was supposed to do that, but it has truly begun to shape and mold me into a person that how somebody gonna tell me they know the new version of me better than me? I'm still getting to know her. Like, this new version, all I know is I love it and I see its potential. You see? And it still feels like me, but it don't. Because if it's a new version of you, and you grow older with time and age, just like the rest of our body parts, then my mind should be doing the same thing. My need or want for knowledge should be doing the same thing. And nobody should be attempting to taint that. That would just be more evidence that it is powerful. Who taints knowledge? We've heard of thieves with money and thieves with tangible things, but who trails a person just to steal knowledge from them? Literally steal intellectual thoughts and property from them. Who does that? It's unheard of. And that's what showed me it's more out here than I could have ever imagined. And I love this trail of knowledge that I'm on. It's kind of hard to study anything. What doctor, what medical student do you see with a group of people every day? They are busy studying for 8 years straight. 7 years straight, 6 years straight, depending on what kind of medical professional they're trying to become. They don't have time to run in groups. So I laugh sometimes in secret because I'm like, God, I'm not even in a profession like that where I actually have to buckle down and study. Don't get me wrong. I just wanted the experience of a college education, so I chased it so I can say I have that experience. And while I had that experience, no, I did not have time to be grouped up with people. How can I focus on my studies like that? That don't mean you hated anybody or you were acting funny. But when you have priorities in front of you, it becomes that time in life where you have to pick those priorities or you pick your social influence. Pretty much while I was in school, I couldn't even check my social media until I finished my studies. That's how I remember that going. You didn't have time to go see what everybody doing on social media, and you got homework and a paper and an essay due in 3 days. They be trying to put people in the same categories as, okay, that's the misinformation right there. That's one of them. Depending on what that person priorities is and what they're focusing on trying to obtain, they don't have time for a group of people. Because I never heard of college that let a group of people turn in a paper for you, an essay for you, take a test for you. They can't do that for me. You can't do that for any student. That would take them applying grit and focus on their own goals. I never thought I had to explain it. They want me to explain myself, but I have creative ways to do it too. I've written books, I've written poetry, and I can keep going. I write music too. Because when you were forced to find creative ways to express yourself, because you just felt like the world couldn't handle you directly, and that's something I talk to the cosmos about. They like, the cosmos, that's not a person. Like I said, I tried talking to people. They made it like you just so hard to understand, though. The truth has never been hard to understand. Misinformation should be, but people take that and run with it. It's stupid. So I was just trying to explain, when a person is on a goal-oriented mission, because some goals are long-term and some are short-term. I've never seen a long-term goal met with a person running with a pack of wolves, bro. You're not even finna make it halfway to their long-term goal. Okay, they don't even have to be wolves, but if they just people, it's really just baggage, because are they helping you to get to that long-term goal? No, they just want to know all they need is a little piece of your information through every milestone of your goal. Because I've been paying attention. You shouldn't be thrown off balance every time you talk to somebody and you told them a little information about yourself. Next thing you know, that opportunity you just had, that space that you was just finna get, it just disappears. I don't need to see nothing else. So how about I reach my long-term goals, get a little more comfortable with isolation. I'm not too isolated. I'm a mother. So anytime I need influence, somebody to talk to, somebody to chill with, shop with, I have daughters. And people act like they're jealous of that. It ain't got to be grown people I'm doing that with. They talking about don't be your kids' friends. I've already did a quote about that. I said, yeah, you do need to be your kids' friends. Do you know the kind of friends running around out there today? And it's grown-ups trying to entice them too. It's some weird grown-ups out there don't mind being friends with your kids. Just for the ones that didn't know. Especially with the internet culture out like it is today. They'll say, oh, I was just trying to be that young lady's friend. And you a grown woman or man? Make it make sense. Did you know her mother? Do her mother know you? Because, see, her mother and her therapist know her. That's all she needs to know. She needs to know that there is professionals she can talk to, any one of my daughters. Professionals that have actually been trained and studied to do what they do, to be able to listen to you. These other people, they just influences. They just people. Who are they? Do they have a piece of paper saying they studied school to become a therapist? No, but they'll sit there and listen to your problems. So I'm trying to teach them at a young age how that quote is true. A listening ear. How did that quote go? Watch who you vent to. A listening ear can become something, they said. I don't know what it said, but it's true. That listening ear is just supposed to stay there. It's supposed to go no further than a person's ear. But look what they do with it. They got 3-way feature, speakerphone feature, 2 features. I don't trust no more. Ask me the last time I used 3-way call. Because what do I need that for? It's making me laugh at myself because I really feel this way. What the hell do I need 3-way for? When I go buy a phone, it's usually so I can be able to text, talk, and what's the other one? Use the internet. I do not buy my phone and look at the box and be like, ooh, it comes with 3-way. I can't wait to use this. Ooh, it comes with speakerphone. Now, me as a mother on the go, like, yeah, I've been known to use speakerphone. And I'm sorry to the people that have ever been around me while I was using speakerphone who thought my business was theirs. And we wonder how misinformation happens. If you just happen to be around me and I had to place my phone on speakerphone because I'm driving, how is that your business? You were just in my car. That ain't that. So, yeah, there's been times I'm dating or entertaining somebody. He called, I'm driving. So you're not supposed to be on the phone while you're driving, so I put it on speakerphone. That makes sense to me. Don't spread no misinformation about me. So if you overheard a conversation and I'm talking to my boo thing on the phone, that still wasn't your business. People just love being in it. Not everybody use speakerphone feature for oh, I'll listen to this girl, cause you gotta. Some people, they want to be made aware before you hit that button. People just don't respect boundaries anymore though. Like if you gonna have me on speakerphone, can I know? Can I know? Shit, I might need to get off the phone. You call me when you're more alone. I don't care if it's a guy I'm entertaining, a home girl, a family member, a business associate. If you're sneaky like that and you got me on speakerphone and I don't know, because most people that I talk to on speakerphone, they knew. I'd be like, hold on, I got to put you on speaker real quick. I'm driving. Or hold on, I'm put you on speaker. I'm cleaning up and I don't want to drop my phone in the mop water. So, and that's their opportunity to tell me, oh, I don't want to be on speakerphone. Just call me back later, girl. Because I've had those experiences too, where a person was able to tell me, oh, speakerphone. No, that's okay. I got to go. At least they told me in a nice way. But I personally feel like people should be made aware when they're being put on speakerphone. It could seem like a stupid topic to people, but this is what needs to be more normalized. Let's stop pretending like these features do not come with phones today, and everybody got a goddamn phone. They thought you should only watch what you do on the internet. Bro, you gotta watch what you do with your damn phone. We ain't even talking about the internet yet. Phones come with a mute button, 3-way, speakerphone, a camera, a video camera. It's so much stuff a person can do with a phone, and the service don't even have to be on. That's how much I'm aware of how phones work. I've never worked. Yeah, I did. I worked for AT&T a few times, but see, I just mean in the field of manufacturing phones. I've never worked in that area. Now, as far as selling the services and devices, I do have experience. And to sell the devices, you would have to know the features a little bit so that you can market and promote them and tell people why it's a great buy for them. So I know what I'm talking about. Anyways, yeah, the mute button, if anything, I'm guilty of using that a lot, and people try to spread misinformation about it. I'm just using some of my personal experiences, because if Donald Trump thinks he's alone with people spreading misinformation about him, no, sir, you're not. And just because they have an opinion about your administration or MAGA or your supporters, that does not mean a person is coming for you. It's called our freedom of speech. It's our opinion. I'm sure his opinions about some of us, it's been showing lately too. You show your opinion by how the things you do. You cut off this, you cut off that. So that's you showing us how you feel about us. And we don't hear what you say about us in the White House every day. So how you gonna try to sit there and censor what the people feel about you? You have to get your security levels up a little bit. We have to, the common people, we have a right to go get therapy. That's all we can do. And trust who we talk to. That's it. You could teach more avocation ways of how people can protect themselves during the age of misinformation. Nobody can really avoid it or keep your ass off the internet. Even Trump be on the internet. Literally. I'm not talking about news about him, because that's the internet too. I'm talking about he has social media accounts. I try to tell people celebrities are not far away from us as we think. That shows you that right there. A lot of them got IG accounts and everything, just like us. So how are they far away from us? They probably make fake accounts too, just to see what we're doing out here. I've already thought that deep about it. And I feel like some of us are more closely related to a lot of them. It's a lot of people. This comment don't even have to do with me. It's a lot of people I've seen personally out here on the streets that I feel like look like a whole celebrity. I know I'm not the only one. So that's what first had me entertaining the thought that some people are more closely related to people and they might not even be aware. I'm not saying I made the assumption, but it's totally a possibility. It's some of these celebrities' kids lately. To be honest, I said look like a whole kid I know, or even if it's not in my family, some of their kids just look like people. I don't care how many times they show who the daddy was on it. Like, Northwest looked like one of my daughters. I ain't gonna lie. She might not to people, because, she'd be more dressed up and makeup and all this stuff. But to me, she actually favored one of my daughters. It was just an example of what I'm talking about. I know damn well I'm not related to Kanye West or any of the Kardashians. Unless her dad is, and I didn't know, but she be looking like my daughter in the face sometimes. And they about the same age. And if I ever get up to their level, I'm letting Kim Kardashian know now, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind having a play date. I feel like our daughters would get along great. They seem to be into some of the same things. And you have to have parents around you that understand young daughters a little more. But yeah, uh, where I was saying though, the misinformation was spreaded because I use my mute button, just like now. Didn't I just hit it? I hit it when I'm busy with the kids. So, like I just used the mute button or whatever, right? It's so crazy how the universe has me proving my point, literally, as I speak it. So, somebody decided they would run and go spread some misinformation that every time I hit the mute button, it's because I'm yelling at my kids or something. And it was just weird. Like, oh, okay, well, am I supposed to yell in the phone? Because you really can't control how I parent in my house to kids that you don't even help me with. Whoever spreaded that misinformation. Why would I get on a professional live segment yelling out loud, hey guys, quiet your voices, or hey, it's bedtime, or hey, let me check on, people just want to be in your business like that. And ever since I had a cell phone, even in high school, because that's when I had my first one. No, really like 7th grade. I had to think about it. But I had like Metro PCS cert, because Metro PCS had just came out when I was like a freshman. That's how far back I can remember what I'm talking about. I have always, I'm not with the three-way. I'm not with the speakerphone. Like I said, I would use that, but to my knowledge, I never used it for stupid, messy reasons. Like, oh, girl, listen to what this person, listen to what this. Why? Like, if a person think they just on the phone with me, then they deserve that trust. They deserve that. Like, why would I have you on three-way and you don't know? Or have you on speakerphone? And y'all better be careful out here. A lot of y'all was wondering how people setting you up. That's how. That's how. And this is Lady Justice speaking through me again. You quick to use three-way, quick to, because see, when it's a three-way call, all three people can have a whole nother person on the phone. That's how messy people be. All three people on that three-way call could still have a side caller on the phone. It's just like things I don't trust about phones. So don't ask me why I don't be on the phone like that no more. And then speakerphone is another messy one people use. But then they try to, because they know how they messy with the phone, so they try to spread misinformation about me, talking about, oh, she be hitting the mute button. Okay, so I'm supposed to do everything right into the phone, the audio. If you on the phone with me, you know I got kids. I might tell you to hold on and hit the mute button. Why you want to hear everything that's going on in the background of my house? You're the weirdo. You're the weirdo. No, you don't have to hear everything I tell my kids. That's you, new internet vulture, internet troll culture that you will not drag me into. I know my rights as an individual and especially as a businesswoman. No, I do not have to state my personal business and everything I'm telling my kids out loud on no goddamn video or for audio for you to get some little bit of clout. That's weird as hell. And if you want to sit here and pretend like your grandmother, mother, or father never yelled at you when you're little, you're even weirder. Because I don't care what culture it is. I heard one lady, and she was a whole nother nationality than me. She still yell at her kids. She just did it in Spanish. Because don't push a mother's limits. Then she got to step into authority mode and raise her voice sometimes. Why would I do that for the internet, though? That's weird. That's like them telling you right there, oh, yeah, we get clout off of you acting crazy and talking crazy and seeming crazy. Oh, you do? Well, I should have never found that out. Let me straighten up my life. Because depending on who's getting the clout, I might think you don't deserve it. Not off of me. Not off of my struggles. When I take my struggles to God every day, I don't think some random devil deserves clout off of my life. So trust me, Mr. Donald Trump, I understand here at You Will Make It TV that people can be weird with the spreading of misinformation. They'll put two pictures side by side and swear you was doing something you wasn't even doing. It's called, these people are artists, aren't they, Mr. Donald Trump? They're artists, but they never been to one art school. These people so good at Photoshop, they need to be on the fucking, y'all know the game analysts that help create NBA 2K or design PS5s and shit? That's where they need to be. But no, they're just looking, they're settling for that, just for clout. That's all they wanted, was a few views, a little clout. That's why more and more people are assessing people deeper. Like, who am I really friends with? Who am I really around? Like, how is this person character really? Yeah, because if you would sit there and Photoshop somebody else just to make them look like something, wouldn't you do that to anybody? I'm tired of people with that. Like, oh, this person did that to that person and this was their excuse. Depending on their excuse, you would do that same shit to anybody. Me and Lady Justice, we look at life for what it is. Like, which is the truth. Which is the truth. Like, we just rather look at the truth. There's nothing to be disappointed about when you already expect BS. You expect it because people have already shown you that's what they are. That's what they own. They gonna learn about that. A quiet person, just let them stay quiet. They wouldn't bother nobody because you're probably not ready for what they have to say. They respected you that much. They stayed silent. They respected you that much. That didn't mean they didn't have a mouthful to say. And do know, the longer you stay quiet, the more you have to say when you finally do speak up. How is that a weakness? If anything, that's a whole strength. To sit there and hold something in for 33 years, 10 years, 15 years, that don't mean you ain't got nothing to say, though. If anything, a person like that got way more to say when it's time for them to talk. They were forced into silence. Make it make sense. Just telling people, if we all want to contribute to the decrease of misinformation, that's crazy. Because see, now y'all people that think y'all being funny, you getting real life networks like the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne on there, NPR, PBS, CNN, they're being affected. Now they got to be investigated about what they talking about. And if they are to investigate any of them, do know some of y'all YouTube channels is coming too. Some of y'all channels, some of y'all little podcasts that you think are so funny. You bring your wine and tea and talk about people. Make sure you had the legal right to spread whatever information you is out here. I don't care if it's about a celebrity. And I'm ready to speak for mine. They just want to hear what I got to say. I'll save that for later. Be willing to speak for yourselves. Be ready for that. You like, oh, we just gonna say what Teddy Sherry say. Teddy Sherry say what she say because she can back it up, stupid. How you just gonna keep living your life by saying what I say to get by with everything? It don't just be what I say, apparently. Obviously, you come with the receipts to back up what you're talking about. Not just about celebrities. Like I said, I'm not going to speak on it. But if I was divinely guided to speak on any celebrity I spoke on, and I'll tell the celebrity too. They be wanting people to fear them and they buy. I ain't harassing you. I'm not following you. I'm not stalking you. None of that. You not. If you felt offended, that's just your, get over it. Get you a therapist. Once you reach a certain status, people talk about you. What they don't get about it. You got a problem with it, take them to court, sue them, and see if you have a case. Because you're going to find out. You can't sue nobody for having an opinion. Did they spread misinformation about you? for having a reaction? Did they spread misinformation about you though? Because just to do something to somebody or make a change in somebody's life and expect them not to have a reaction, that's crazy work. Or to judge their reaction, you can't be no more than a devil than that. And you know you the one intentionally spreading misinformation about them. Then you gonna say, oh, look at their reaction. One thing that's never been fake about people to me is their natural reaction to something. You can never call that fake. Ever. You can say whatever else you want to be fake about a person, but their actual natural reaction to something you say or do to them is not fake, especially with children. So me and Lady Justice, she just talking through me again. I can feel when it's happening. It's getting stronger. That'll never be fake. Somebody natural reaction. That's why when a baby born and they take that breath of fresh air for the first time, what they do, y'all? They cry. Ain't a newborn ain't did it yet. When that doctor first spank them so they can take their first breath or however they do it, suction the stuff out of their throat, they're going to cry because they never felt oxygen before. And yeah, you kind of cause that reaction. You just open up their airwaves so they can feel oxygen for the first time. So the baby going to cry. You look weird trying to sit there talking about shh, little baby, and that's all you focus on. No, that's their natural reaction to taking their first breath. But that's what people look like on the internet, calling themselves controlling people's reaction to what they actually doing. You actually cut off food stamps in some states, and you sitting here thinking you finna control people's reactions to it? He said, yeah, we're finna send military to town, National Guard and everybody. We're going to control your reaction to what the Trump administration does. I'm just saying, if they want us to watch our territories and watch where we step about what we talk about, I want them to know the karmic balance of Lady Justice that's speaking to me right now, that same thing applies to the president. It doesn't matter. I heard President Obama was under investigation recently. It's just crazy. Some of the people that, since this man been in office, suddenly certain people are under watch. Now, I'm not saying it's all wrong. You just never know, though. It does seem kind of weird. You never heard about no president being under. That's why I'm more believing Lady Justice more than ever now. Because nobody's off limits. What I'm tired of is things not applying to everybody. And I was one of the first ones to say it. Do not make me go back in reverence to old podcasts. I was one of the first ones to come to the internet, like being open about my reaction and my opinion about that in society. I don't care who not giving me the reverence or the the clout for it. I know it. Remember what I said at the beginning of the stream about knowing? Having a knowing about something? There's nothing that can overpower it unless you let it. People be trying to fight your whole truth. It's retarded. They say insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Now, that's insanity to sit there and try to control people. Reactions. So, yeah, reaction videos, they're a whole thing today. Reaction and commentary videos like this I'm doing right here. And to me, it's safe. You're not in nobody's face. You're not threatening them with a gun. You're not robbing them of nothing. You're giving your reaction to what they do. Because just to tell somebody they should be non-reactive is crazy. Science is going to teach you that. Its whole chemicals have reactions to shit you do, depending on what you mix it with. That's why you should know your stuff before you go in a science lab mixing up shit. It's just like common sense, bro. They let anybody, my opinion still applies, y'all. What I said years ago. That they should do mental health checks. I don't know, something. Everybody shouldn't be allowed to have a social media. It'll tell us a lot. Some people specifically use that just for dating, just to look for people to bait and scam. That's the age of the internet today. She was like, where's Emery? She missed you guys. But yeah, so anyways, I know I gave a mouthful. I'll just come back with a part two. I'm finna be back on mommy duties because I do wear many hats. But none of us appreciate misinformation. If you're gonna talk about my character, judge each hat accordingly. Who is she as a big sister? Who is she as a mother? Who is she as a daughter? Who is she as a wife? Who is she? You know, they'll try to put that one hat, something they saw you in one hat, and they're supposed to apply for who you are all the way across the board. How does that make sense? Sorry, I had to like my daughter's funny, boy. They funny. But I have to expect them to be jokesters and funny and shit because literally, if they came out of me, yeah, there's some characteristics. I'm full of character. I'm full of jokes, full of ideas, full of. And I have to remember that sometimes too. Like, come on, bro, they're your daughter. They're little versions of you in different ways. Like, and some people, you see their intelligence levels by the way they put stuff together. But I just be trying to teach them. If you can do something negative with intelligent mind, you can use that same mind to do great, powerful things for yourself and others. But don't get it twisted. We're gonna get it right over here. Cause Lady Justice walks with us closely. You know. Anyways, people will go like the lengths though to like test who you are when all they had to do is put me on the podcast, interview me like y'all do some of these other people. You could have got all the answers you wanted. They had to creep around me like like, do I look like a mummy in a tomb? That you gotta creep around and dust off and see where you can get secret information? Don't do that like that with my life. I don't know, God, but your will be done. For real. Let them look as hard as they want to. But look that hard too when I have 100% elevated from where you see me today. Make sure you're looking just as hard. I'm talking about get your microscopes, telescopes, Hubble scopes. Make sure you have all of that when I become a millionaire. That's all I have to say. Make sure you watch it. When you see them saying, Teddy Sherry on TV, you're going to see a lot of the, oh, I don't want to see that shit. Well, and then ask them, well, what the sudden change? You was watching her harder than a bitch when she was in poverty and struggling. See, people don't even be, people don't, people don't be making sense, boy. And then the one few times you was close to elevating, I swear I done had business ideas, bro, though. I can tell people right now. I don't care who stole what, who was doing what. I was supposed to be rich by now. That ain't something that somebody told me. I know for a sure fact. Cause like that wasn't my goal, but it was just like some of the stuff you put together and put on and was trying to, you know what I'm saying, build. I even already had talked to investors and no, they weren't off a Shark Tank. They thought what you were doing was powerful. So you can keep listening to the voices of the streets or you listen to the ones that saw your potential. That's who I rather listen to. They saw what they saw. Now God's showing them the other side. Well, maybe you would have helped her quicker. You didn't know this was in the background. You really didn't know this was under her feet or on her trail like this. Like it was a whole reason she was born to be a trailblazer. Like look at the type of shit and the type of people that just like stay on her trail trying to see what she doing every second. And this was long before you had a whole bunch of money or anything. I don't know what was so great about us, really. But if I needed help with self-confidence, contentment, any of that shit, trust me, the help came in a way that it had to be the divine. How can you not be sure of yourself? Another person is willing to watch you 24/7. You better love yourself. They studying how you chew, what time you ate, the last time you been to the dentist, and you don't love yourself? I said, well, God, I didn't know it was like that. Okay, let me show you. Let me show you. That's another thing I meant to tell people. When I prayed for the truth, it wasn't supposed to hurt nobody. I promise to God it wasn't. Like, that was an unselfish prayer, a personal prayer, a personal desire. The first one, I mean, that's one powerful prayer because I got testimonies to tell one day. But one of the first powerful prayers I prayed was like simple: Dear God, help somebody like me. Whatever I was feeling, I said somebody like me. And it was like, he like, well, first, my child, first of all, I didn't even know I was going to get a response. It's just crazy. I'm like, because I said that too. God, if you real, if you up there, help somebody like me. I'm going to believe you. That's crazy. Here it is 10 years later. And I did see him step in many times. But see, when you got other hands and feet always trying to step in too, like they God, if that was the case, I would have asked him, help somebody like me. You know how a human being will look at you? You ask them that? No, I asked the divine. Then the next one, some years later, once I had got a little more mature, was, okay, so I see you helping somebody like me. It was just crazy, like how some of my prayers, I feel like they were meant to be prayed or something. I don't know. But I was like, God, show me the truth about my life. It's crazy. You got to watch what you pray, bro. Encouraging people to pray, but I'm also telling people the truth about prayer. You better watch what you pray. And as long as you're praying from your heart, you should be okay. I'm not saying I'm in any danger. Actually, if anything, them prayers have kept me. They kept me for times just like this. Maybe I didn't feel like God answered it then, but he said, I pocketed your prayer. Remember that time you asked for the truth? Here you go. I had forgot about it. Remember that time you prayed for me to help somebody like you? Do you have a clearer vision now of who somebody like you is yet? And I'm like, God, I got a better picture now. From the dark to the light side, I have a better picture of what I meant when I said somebody like me. Now I do. And then he like, well, do you still stand on this prayer? Yes, I do, God. You sure I showed you the darker sides of yourself? Yes, God. And I'm still willing to allow you to help somebody just like me. That would mean my kids are my kids. My kids ain't everybody else's kids. God know who I am and who my children are. And how they got here and what day and time and all of that. It's just been a beautiful thing. Like, who talks with this much authority with no money, no husband, no... Where you see me lacking, I see God still molding. So be careful where you say somebody might be lacking. You might have got married faster than a person, but is that marriage going to last? Some of us are in this with God for the long run. That's why our lives look different. You didn't see Moses begging God for a wife every day. He was just blessed with that. That's what's crazy. He was just... That's why I say, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and these things shall be added unto you. Because people talk about curses all day long and how much we believe they're real. I'll put my hand up in first and say I'm first in line to talk about that all the time. I believe curses are real. And I thank God for an open mind. I'm going to start calling these open-minded discussions instead of insightful topics. I'm going to call them open-minded discussions. That way we get many minds from across the globe to leave their opinions and comments on my reaction to certain topics. We need to call these open-minded discussions because an open mind has saved some of our souls and we don't even know it yet. Well, I'm talking about me first. If I didn't have an open mind to believe curses is real, I could have just been like every other young girl on the planet and just whoop-de-doo, just living my life like... Who cares if curses are real or not? For some reason, though, young Arthur Tedescherry cared. Like, I cared. I paid attention to it. I had this deep passion. Like, what is it about these things they call curses? And if curses are real, what is the synonym? Am I saying it right? The synonym, the anonym. What is the opposite of a curse? It was those questions of open-mindedness that began to open doors for me. Not some connection, not some money value I had in my pocket. Because one thing about knowledge is the next peer, they say real recognize real, but here's an example of it. Another person, you cannot like blind them with it. When they see a person hungry for knowledge, they recognize that. That's like playing on another person's intelligence to say, no, that person don't want to know nothing. That person ain't trying to learn nothing. Okay. It's like, okay, that's your opinion. If that person really is a true knowledge seeker, that like begins to show, bro. Like they care about things that, like I said, people don't even think about every day. Like me, yes, I said, okay, I think curses are real, and if curses are real, blessings have to be real on the other side. That's the opposite of a curse, right? See, people just want to talk about blessings. I was blessed with this. I'm blessed with that. I'm blessed. I want to look blessed. You shouldn't just want to look blessed. Like, do people know what feeling blessed is? So maybe I'll do a separate open-minded discussion. Maybe later, maybe tomorrow. But that is one for the books. Let me write it down so I don't forget. Why is it that everybody is so familiar with what a blessing is and how to get a blessing? Uh-oh, now it's time to get deeper. I didn't even know the meaning of blessing could get deeper in the discussion topic talking to me. But what about how a blessing feels? Because what if a blessing is not always tangible, like a product or a person or a thing, right? Or just something you wanted. Why is those the only things that we consider a blessing? Why isn't waking up every morning? I mean, literally, when you open your eyes and stretch, you're not feeling grouchy because the alarm went off. You're not feeling overwhelmed because of what you're going to have to do today and whether you have gas or not to get to work. I mean, your first emotion, though, being, I woke up today. Like, literally being thankful for that. Do people know how they feel? Like, did I wake up again? Is this a dream? No, this ain't a dream. You woke up again. Oh, well, I'm still sick. But you woke up again. Even if it was in a shelter, even if it was in a hospital, do people know what like a blessing feel like? Not just the tangible things that we can receive out of what we consider a blessing. We consider $20 a blessing when you didn't expect it. Okay, so what does it feel? I would ask a person like that. It's just like a challenger, and people might get intimidated by that sometimes. Challenger don't mean competition. Do we know what challenge means? As long as you, because they say stand by something or fall for anything, right? Okay. So if you're challenged and you already stand in your power in a certain belief or trust of faith in something, when you believe it's a blessing, it shouldn't be a problem to you for me to challenge what you just said you believe is a blessing. I don't care, even if I'm a stranger. But do know I don't do people like that every day. I'm just saying for scenario purposes. But it's like I wouldn't mind. So you say that's a blessing, but like, how did it feel when you woke up that morning? How did it feel to use your legs today? To maybe cook on the stove with butter and milk and your eggs and have a cold refrigerator. Like and you just begin to count them. That's what they mean when they say count your blessings. Or I'm counting my blessings one by one. Because see, you should be able to look around you. I had this deep knowing in a former time in my life, like something is telling me everything I think I want and need is right in front of me. It's really crazy. I've literally thought that to myself long before now. It does matter like when to me, because you might not be going through something now you were through that season of your life. Once again, I just taught that we should all be ever growing if we can. If we can choose that, just ride life like a ship. Don't even stir it. That's faith though. You can't be just teaching people to step out there and try it. Like, it sound good, don't it? But literally ride life like a ship. Let the waves, and like, wow, who am I when I get to the other side of this shore? I didn't even paddle. I didn't even take the ship on a direction with the compass. You just ride the waves. It's funny, they got a whole rapper out there named Rod Wave. It's funny. But yeah, like, what if we all just did that more? Not we all anyways, because I don't know if the world would ever be that. But it is beautiful. Like, what if everybody else might see just like a lot of negativity in the world right now and reasons to be disappointed or angry because people more are on more edge. Some people believe that just these days and times, whatever it is, we don't have to argue about it, discuss about it today. But I would say there's nothing wrong with at the same time being able to see in people them being more vulnerable than it. Like, what if we feel like we just see society in a light that we've never seen before? Everybody say things is worse, and the youth is bad, and the generation is bad, and the bills high. Just so y'all know, people are saying that all over the world. Like, I don't care where you move to, you gonna have bills. Tell me I'm lying. You gonna have bills. Yep, debt you're gonna have to pay on. You're gonna need a vehicle. You're gonna need some gas. I don't care where you go in the world. All right, let's be clear. And it's a blessing that you still have a lot of people that are out here trying. We don't need to be looking at the people like, oh, they got more than me, or they doing better, or how they getting by. I just feel like I see what it is too. Like, everything ain't bad, or maybe you just see the good in anything. It could be a gift. It could be. I ain't saying I fully believe that quite yet. It could be a whole gift to be able to see life in daily places, or what looks stagnant or stuck or just hasn't been used in a long time. You just replenish it if you could, and sat there and worked at it or something. Nobody asked anybody to come here and try to make the world better or themselves, or be the best they can be. Because why better always got to be your standards, his standards, their standards. Oh, that's the woman that's happy with just the minimal. She's just like that. We like the way she balanced it. It's just crazy. Is her smiles real? Is her tears real? Why she ain't more chasing $1 million like the rest of us? I didn't say I never might be. Everybody's life is different, okay? They might say, girl, don't say that out loud public. Why wouldn't that be a goal for people? They doing the mega millions right now. Some people win it that way. I just don't play at this time in my life. Yep, I think one of the stores told me the other day. So, and I thought about it that day, because some people, they are meant to buy those tickets. Why do they win? That is so crazy. Is it really as random as they say? Plus, we have to know, the day you become a millionaire, any one of us, some people would say, oh, you need to have a plan. That's the answer, or know what you're going to do. Like, I would say that's important, but people have to understand, like, that's a whole life change. Like, everybody shouldn't just want that for a goal to me. Because it's a lot of money that's not $1 million. Like, that you can still be healthy and, comfortable, accommodations for everybody where they need them, and you can afford them and pay everything. You can overpay your bills. We talk about not having the money and them being underpaid or too high. But some people overpay them. That's a good thing. You know what I'm saying? They might want to pay the whole light bill a year in advance. Some people just want to get that comfortable. They ain't got to be a millionaire. It's just funny to think about how we all look at it different. But I wouldn't say I want that just because it looks lavish or more comfortable, you know what I'm saying, for other people, or other people look happy with it, you know what I'm saying? Because if I see the good in everything, I didn't mention that part, I must also see the bad too. And that was that part earlier where I was like, oh yeah, back in the day when I first saw in the spirit, I didn't want to like see that. At least you're being vulnerable and honest. Like, what was it? You just feel like, oh, this is getting too deep already at the beginning. And no, I'm not a witch. For those that didn't know, for the record, I'm a writer, I'm a author, I'm a poet. You can check out some of our shorts, our inspirational quotes in the short section right here at You Will Make It TV. If you haven't become a subscriber yet, you're invited to hit that subscribe bell right now. Share, like the content. It's not about stardom, fame, none of that to me. When you are sharing testimonies of God, what did that have to do with you? That you feel like that you what if you feel like it was like just something different like that? Because I feel like we know what negative and bad feel like. We anybody do, or if it's negative to them, or if it's overbearing. Because what is that, right? What are worry, stress, and all of it? Like they don't come out of thin air. Stress, I would say, if you just get stressed for no reason, yeah, you could probably use a little help. Like stress do come from places, but it shouldn't just be like over little bitty triggers like every second. Not saying I'm confessing to that, but I can see how anybody could like fall into that. Like in their mind, they stress, but from an outside view, people like, what the hell are you worried about? Girl, if you don't thank God and take it step by step and pace your own self, it's okay. Our lives change. We take these different routes and valleys. It's okay. Like I want to tell people that too, right? We're a family, a body of people out here. One thing about it, my daughter said it. I think she said, "YOLO, you only live once." It's really crazy to think about. If this is really truly your one life, it's okay to take a little time and look at your life. I don't care what given time it is. What if it ain't even religion and spirituality yet? Like, just like, hold on. It could hit you at 35, 40. I heard what some people do anyway. I don't know why. Like 40, 50. It just gets certain ages, they say. Or maybe you just sitting back more, looking over your life. Why would I want to wait all the way to the end to do that? Amen, amen, amen. I be talking myself through it. But these are insightful topics, too. Because I done went from talking about misinformation, the age of the truth of news network medias and radio and TV and stuff like this, the way we have access to it today, and just how many options and streams of like channels. When I say channel, cable have channels. Netflix or just these different streaming platforms, they have different channels that you can choose from. We must remember that. Like all the sports channels probably popular right now. A little more than popular. I mean more getting ratings and all that. Like football season just started. College too. And other schools every year. So shout out to all the football fans of the world too. Soccer too, because that's football, but you could feel like you had these different experiences too. Like they want you to only just talk about the struggle or the negative. Like we only bring that up, I guess, if you're talking about because you can't deny after so long. And that's the thing about any picture. You looking at it from left, she looking at it from right. I'm looking at it from front. He looking at it from back. She's looking at it from up. He's looking at it from down. But we all looking at it, right? That's like 8 different angles. Just like in a car wreck. Depending on where you was in the road, you know how it happened different. From behind, from the side. If you witness it, period. But because there be wrecks like different places. With cars anyway, colliding and stuff. And when they look at like, okay, what happened? It's crazy. Everybody have a different perception when it's a wreck. I love thinking about the analogy with life or whatever, because it's like that with stuff. And it's like, who are you though in the middle? Like every one of us is being looked at from different angles. That's a lot to think about every day. So that's why you just focus on you. I already admitted that. Like, yeah, ain't nothing wrong with like, hey, I'm looking at my life, even if it ain't about a religious or spiritual reason at that time. They like, wait a minute though, I thought you was this. You said you were that. I saw you there. We had this. Oh, okay. That's different. That person is looking at their life. And it's like, how long has that been going on? I have substantial probably proof if I needed to that, yeah, this ain't just started. I don't know where that came from. Like just having a more to other people might be like, oh, she always switching or doing something different. But Because that's real too. But if you're growing, it's just gonna look like that. Like you're not even at fully what you want to do yet, or just it's like filling into a pair of shoes that you're not all the way like fit to wear yet, or something. I don't know. Or like a jacket, and they like, nope, keep it on. You're gonna grow into it. Because sometimes it is like missing pieces or puzzle pieces or something. Because when you're growing, you don't know what to expect next. That's crazy with natural life too. Like you go through different stages. They bring up the butterfly, for example, because it starts as a caterpillar. But even us as human beings, like your body just naturally does that. You're gonna get older. But it was like I said, are you understanding the changes? Or are you that it's okay like to grow older, to notice the changes inside and out, even if it's how you look at life or how you look at the world now or how you look at yourself. Don't y'all know how people look at themselves affects how they treat others? A person needs to have that balance in their life. How you look at yourself is going to have, in my opinion, and it's just my commentary, so it would be deeper than what you just show on social media and all that. For all of us, like, they say what we put in is what we get out, but like, you gotta, internal work is very important. Even your internal health on a physical level, it's gonna be important. You play with it too long, you're gonna have to replace stuff if it can be replaced. Or because I just saw a video the other day. I was watching a documentary, and this guy, his half or part of body, his bottom half, had to be amputated, but he still lived his life every day. He had an accident at work. And see, people go to work and stuff like that happen too. It's crazy to think about, right? Just sitting back, thinking about life. An accident can happen anywhere. To anybody. That's how I be looking at life anyway. You can't just like, oh, it must have been something with that person's character that attracted that type of misfortune to them. And we know death is a real part of life process for all of us at some given time. So, I mean, yeah, you could dig into stories, see what led to stuff, because we all leave here different ways and stuff too. But internal health is a whole, like, another category. Like, you having the, I guess, necessities to take care of your health and actually considering your health. That's a mental thing first, no matter how old you turn. That's crazy. It's older people still don't take care of themselves that well. And younger people that ain't even thinking about every year. It's just crazy. But people were kind of mad to hear that they was going to cut snacks off the EBT. That's a whole thing right now or whatever. In some states, this is gone into effect probably. In some states, it's coming. In some states, just allegedly. But you have to know personally, did somebody tell you? Did you see an article? Because I did. I saw in certain states, they already stopped. This lady tried to purchase EBT. It's just crazy. It's not funny. Or she tried to get snacks. The other food went through. They said the other food went through on the card, but the lady, the cashier, pointed out that it said she couldn't get those other items, or maybe it still left a balance, and she was probably like, why? Because I think with EBT, it'll do that. Like, whatever's not a cash, the EBT don't cover, they'll just have a balance. Like, you got to pay that cash or debit or something. It probably told her it still had a balance, and she's probably like, what? All of this is food. It's saying the Lay's, the Coca-Cola, all of this is still charging a balance right here. Because that would be proof, like, yeah, that card is not covering it. Like, wow. I said, I wonder, is that story crazy? Now, I wonder, is it true? That one was on TikTok. Supposedly this happened to a lady at a grocery store. They had it on I said, what? And others, they say that just won't affect. People might want to check that. I was wondering, did people care? Like, They might want to check that, because in some states, depending on where you are, even if you still get them, you're not supposed to be getting that stuff. What else was I going to say about that? Because that was an interesting topic too, like change and update recently. Any state that wants to, I think they cannot, it's something like that, like they cannot cover, or they can make the decision to not let them cover snacks, and they need to do a whole list on what's considered snacks. They can put it right there on the, I'm just trying to give them some ideas. They can put it right there on the maybe food stamp website, or like where everybody go to check their benefits or something. Like it needs to be a list, a PDF list where they can download what is considered snacks. Cause like, what about people that drink coffee? And I know coffee is not good for us, but anybody know you could always get coffee with EBT. Like, they need to be specific. We don't want to get in trouble for getting things. Put what's a snack on there and be that way. We have it with us. We can go on the list and check it. Okay, what can I not get on here? Because that's how I haven't got WIC in many years, but that's how you get a list that shows you the grocery items that they will cover on the list. It used to be like a little pamphlet brochure, but they have an app now. I think it's very cool. I just haven't used it. The last I had WIC, because that's for the babies, 0 through 5. Every state, shout out to WIC, because I read about the history of WIC too a long time ago. It's like really cool, like when they started that for infants and mothers, like helping them with breastfeeding and infant nutrition care is pretty much what it is. And it doesn't start when the baby come. It actually, as soon as the mother knows she's pregnant, the family can come in if they qualify and get maybe foods for mom, nutritional foods for the mom while she's pregnant. And it's usually just for the mom and kids. I think it's just for the kids 0 through 5 though. I haven't heard that though. That's good news. Like so far I have not heard anything about budget cuts to WIC. Though I don't have it right now, that's still interesting to think about, because a lot of these different fundings have been having, these programs and stuff have been getting budget cuts, budget funding cuts. So the school nutrition programs and WIC, the school nutrition programs, they refunded the grant, I believe. That's how the schools are like able to, as I see, yeah, all the schools have started back and stuff, so that's good. They got the nutrition program for the babies, like we've always had in schools at the lunch and breakfast stuff. All that does matter, I guess they thought about it, the president, now the nutrition at the schools do matter, because we know they at home in the summers they eat, okay, then they have to come back to school. The kids have to eat there too. But y'all remember back when they was making it go viral, that was probably misinformation too, but they was making it go viral where Trump might be giving out grocery boxes. They was gonna cut food stamps off and mail grocery boxes to people. I said possibly it could be misinformation, because a person could just go live and be like, look what just came to my door. I think that was during the pandemic, wasn't it? Y'all probably didn't see that. They had like, let's just say, I wouldn't say it was food, but people was just saying unpleasurable, like food, like just, and it wasn't enough to like last a family for a whole month. I was looking at it, I was like, is this misinformation? Probably like, y'all know the stuff you get at the food bank, because what they had, what that lady was recording, if it was true, it like the stuff you get at the food centers and stuff to get free food, it just like had more variety And they stuffed in the Trump boxes, did lunch boxes. I was like, what? Anyways, like I said, that's not an alleged video. The video was real. It had went viral at the time. It's probably still out there somewhere. This lady during the pandemic recorded like, it wasn't just her, but I remember this one video. It was viral at the time. Like, people was like, what is that? And just, I'm gonna have to find it and see what was all in it. But I think it had like powdered milk. Y'all know you get like milk at the store, right? You always could get milk or something with food stamps or a week. Like, this had more like the powdered milk. The powdered milk. The powdered milk that you gotta make with, not the can. That's what's crazy. Not the can with some kind of powdered milk, like. But I try to keep some of it anyway. Like, it's not a bad thing. Me personally, I was just like, no, those boxes. That would probably be something they had to do in a state of emergency or something. But people are so quick to try to crash the system and do stupid stuff. I would understand if it got to go to that level. Like, you can't get on the internet complaining about the boxes if y'all help to be a part of, like, what, scam the resource. Like, come on, bro, how long was all the stuff gonna last? Some people said, oh, we told y'all years ago all that stuff was gonna get cut off eventually. People was saying that. It's just something they've always said with government assistance, that people shouldn't, like, depend on it. Y'all never heard people say that? They say you should never get, like, too comfortable on it. It's always a healthy topic. Because why? I mean, I'm not asking in a dumb way or, like, rhetorically almost, though. Why were people telling people that? Like, they said it shouldn't become a generational thing either. That's the point of going to work, making your money, starting yourself off, trying to get your credit up, doing it all the best way that's right. Everybody don't take the same path. But we know that if that's your goal overall, because people do be having life emergency crises. How do we think all the deaths in the world have happened? They were all somebody's family members. Every time that happen to somebody is missing work. I hate to be blunt about it, but like an emergency type of deal to immediate family. Ass? Huh? In here. Well, come on, they're in here. Did you printed what? What did you print? Some science or?
Nah, tomorrow dinner. Then you can send me what you need to print.
Oh, okay. Y'all enjoyed it?
No.
I forgot where I left off. Okay, so if they cutting off the food stamp, we were just talking about how they kind of had that viral allegedly, about the like ration boxes they would have to send everybody, because that's the level it could get to. And just how they had always told young people, because it ain't just young people that get it, that's really reserved for like veterans, probably disability. We understand normal stuff, you know what I'm saying? Pregnant women, single, like just situations that make sense. Okay, you get the assistance for a while, you transition off of it. Cause how is it helping you a person that are? Cause people say that like, oh, they're using it generationally. They say y'all using it generationally, right? Why would that? Why would that even be going on if they're transitioning off of it and it's like helping people? You have to make sure that part is that too. You just saying, oh, their family owned it. The mom was on food stamps. The grandma was on food stamps. She's all like, bro, it got to be more to the story than that. I can't believe we believe this all these years, bro. Like, a person should be graduating off of that, bro. Under normal circumstances, if you get food stamps for 6 months and no more in your life, you see what I'm saying? This is just my opinion. You should eventually like just not need them anymore. Cause I know even me as a young mother, people might not know that, or I don't know what they expected. But you know what I'm saying? I have never just straight got EBT or something like every month of my life. They'll be lying like crazy to say that. You might have had periods that it helped you, just like me and other people in the nation. And it is crazy that it's there because obviously you fall into those situations. You, like I said, it should be a temporary thing. I agree with people out there about that, about benefits the whole time, about government benefits. Why wouldn't you want to be more financially independently secure to not need that? People do know they got to have all your, you know how much information they have to have just for you to get that stuff cut on? Like, bro, it's just less of a hassle. Just get your money up, boss up. Like, what? They just like, oh yeah, get a job. You don't know what a person's plans and goals is. But you can't be like rebellious and bullheaded with everything. I know that too, but it's just like, when I'm talking about me though, nobody's trying to be set up on it for their whole life. If it was a cycle, my kids ain't finna grow up and be on it. Trump's making sure that all of this stuff being cut off now. That's one good thing about it. Some people were saying they happy about it because, like, yeah, it gets people to a new place. People can be upset about it right now. Changes aren't easy all the time. But see, slowly over time progresses, they will also, I believe, have like stipulations in between, of course, to like I said, it just won't be like everybody expected it before. However, he changing it too. Yeah, they can't afford to cover snacks and shit. We have tariffs and different stuff going on. Like, maybe it's just for this period of time. Who knows? But really, I don't want to see everybody go to war, bro. Like, you just ruining all the grocery stores, all the economy, everything for no reason, bro. Like, let everybody live on. For real, bro. Like, how hard does this have to be? Nobody wants to stay on that because the more people that you get off of it, the people that need it, it should be more of a cycle like that, not a cycle in the same family. That's crazy, bro. Like, you just see different people might come in, need help periods at a time or seasons. Like, it should never just be mass, this amount of people homeless or need food and all this stuff at the same time. You can't keep, oh, the people just lazy. Bro, that's a lazy answer. That many people, something else is going on. I don't care who don't want to, like, oh, that doesn't matter. It does matter. We're talking about the age of misinformation as it is on this topic. So, employment rates show this or that. It's more layoffs or people getting 50 applicants per one application lately at employers, or they, you know what I'm saying? They just might have more than normal, like 100 persons versus 2 positions. You know they ain't finna look through all them applications, bro. As soon as they get through them 4 interviews, probably by their 4th or 5th one, they've already selected who they're gonna hire. So everybody with jobs, like I said, everywhere we think we can complain in life, just everybody on a different level with not just even mentally first or financially, bro. Like just with the knowledge, going back to that word, what family sit there and go through that over and over? Her kids, her kids, her kids. They all had to end up on food stamps. Like, bro, what? Just because the father's not in the home? And what else the story y'all got? Like, come on, bro. It's not about being extreme feminist or none of that. Like, this, you just happen to be a woman. I think my same beliefs would be the same if I was a man, really. Just about some of life's, if I ended up going down this same spiritual journey. And maybe we don't know. Maybe we were like the separate sex in other lives and we don't know it. I just like to stay open-minded. I said I'm going to start calling these open-minded discussions. No judgment, no biasness, straight just everybody, community. You know what I'm saying? Put in the chat how you feel. Like, but we got elevated levels of thinkers in the new age global modern world too. That's one thing they can't deny about the younger generation. They might have just been a little more hungry, not just hungry for knowledge, because like a lot of school test scores actually show like, I don't know, that they're not where they should be or could be. It's actually a bigger number than it should be actually in the country of like students that's actually behind reading levels and things like this. And people should be concerned, because that don't mean they hunger for knowledge ain't real either. They just get more of it on the internet these days. Maybe it's just a whole distraction. You know, like it probably wasn't as much for the kids before the internet. You know what I'm saying? They go home, they go into TikTok. They're they even have video games that's internet, like where they can chat with the other people from all around the world. What you mean? You know the PS5 is and all this stuff they got. Don't they get to chat on there on the headsets? Boy, they be talking to people from all over the world on these computer games, bro. And so why wouldn't we think the kids might be a little more distracted from, you know what I'm saying, their studies? Not to say, oh, that's an excuse for the American kids being behind on school. No, America has been through a lot in the past 5 years. Have mercy on the kids, all the kids. 10, I'm gonna say 5-10 years in America, our youth. See, I don't know why I feel it like that. See what I mean? But I just feel it like that. I think it's about more than me just being a mother. I'm looking at all the kids like they have endured more. And I'm not saying we're a third world. We've just been a poverty country. Everything is horrible here, of course. But that's what I mean exactly. Like, we're not used to that in America, and the kids have, if anything, we were seeing advancements up the roller coaster, and then boom, and then our kids, whatever kids was in the generation now, or the babies being born now, they're coming here into some stuff. The country is going through some changes. Some rapid, some a little behind. We look at the rapid changes and that's great. It's like they put their foot forward and like, yeah, look what we're doing. Okay. But do know some changes are still going to be valid too. They're just slow. I believe that could be real with anything. If rapid changes exist, slow changes have to be out there somewhere. Like, things happen over time. That's what I was talking about with the long-term goals. It's just kind of inspirational to keep that in mind with anything any one of us could be, you know what I'm saying, enduring out here. Like I said, it wouldn't be as many death certificates that exist out here if people weren't actually dying every day. Like, come on, bro, let's be honest. And everybody that died had a mother, a father. They had some kind of people close to them that affects their lives. And that's just that. Then we don't know how all these people die. People die all kind of ways every day. It's just really strange. The whole concept of death, really, but it is real. And I want to, like, keep it in mind. Like, who want to wait till they all old age? Like, yeah, I want to think about my life now. No, more of the young people, I want them to know it's okay to, like, I don't care if you seem weird, all of it. Like, Now, like, what's going on with my life now? Why would I wait till I'm older? Like, yeah, I want to get it right and look at the birds and the trees. Like, what? I can be like that now, bro. You don't want to live so quick. That's all I mean. That you miss something, but you don't want to miss the enjoyment of life either. Trying intentionally not to miss something. See how that goes? It's just crazy. Yeah, like you don't want to miss nothing though. Because we all, I'm sure, can go back and think about a thing or two that we're disappointed that we missed or we felt like we missed. Or is it just me? About it, I'm just saying, thank you, God, for these experiences. Like, it makes more sense soon. It's okay. Like, because losses can be room for growth too. That's the first thing. I'm a witness of that. For sure. It's like a different type of fire. Like, is that okay, y'all, for me to admit it? Yeah, it's like a whole different type of. You could be angry either way, but that anger could be like in a good way. Like, oh, okay. Because this one beauty pageant model, she competed in it like 10 years in a row before she just won. She didn't even have to win. She didn't. It was crazy. She competed in her state because she had an agent that actually scouted her, like spotted her, like, and that could happen to anybody. You happen to be out and you didn't know that's an agent, but they like, oh my God, I think you would be, I want to work with you. Like, do you have modeling experience? Like that. That's how it happened for her. And the lady even that coached her, that's why I kind of teared up with that story. It's a true story. I don't know the model's name, but y'all can go look up what I'm talking about. It really happened. She said the coach, the modeling agent that had worked with her all those years to keep competing, she wouldn't even make it in the top three or nothing, I think. I don't know. It was crazy. Like, but then she won. But by the time she won, the agent, the model that the agent that scouted her and had invested in her all that time had passed away. And I thought that was such a sad story. But see how it be like stuff like that with the most beautiful stories. It's crazy. Like, dang, she didn't even get to see her like put the crown on type of deal, right? Like, but to her at that time, she didn't experience loss after loss after loss after somebody had seen potential in you like that. It's a powerful story. It has nothing to do with modeling to me. That's just the stage God used with that one, right? Not saying, some people say, how's that God and the lady died? Well, that's just what I was talking about with death though. Like how it's inevitable for all of us. And with hers, it wasn't like somebody took her life. With some people, that's how it is. But her, you fall with, it wasn't even old age or nothing. Anybody can get cancer, bro. Like, let's be real. Uh, that's that's a I believe in miraculous stories and stuff though. Like to win like a whole Miss Beauty pageant of your state or country at any given time is a really big honor. Maybe some people think they're rigged. I've never researched those pageants and stuff that deep. Cause they said Trump and them work with the pageants and models at one point too. I don't know. But maybe they were like judges or something for some big agency. Cause that is a whole part of like sometimes getting in those schools, the modeling schools, or classes or events. You have to audition. So that's just cool to think about. Like, you might not understand a pattern of losses, but I was just giving my opinion. Nobody should be on benefit. I agree with the crowd of people out there that feel that like you shouldn't be on food stamps and Medicaid and all this stuff repetitively. And there's absolutely no advancements, proof of advancements in your life. Make that make sense to me. For any person or family, like I said, unless it's normal, like normal reasons like a disability in a family, a severe disability, you know what I'm saying, or somebody elderly or a veteran or a college student, like some stuff just makes sense why a person might help them in a season. Like DoorDash, people don't know that. When you're a student, they give you a discount on I believe, the DoorDash pass. I just haven't used DoorDash in a while, but it's like stuff I could really tell people because maybe some people don't know. But if you in school right now, because school just started back, uh, as long as you are currently enrolled, it can be a technical college, a vocational college, maybe even like a training. DoorDash definitely supports students. For those that didn't know, you see, they might have to travel. They might have to travel. They just be going through a lot as college students, so that one do matter too. Even if a mother goes back years later, who business that she was getting SNAP benefits while she go to school? Who business is that? I bet you that person got through school. That person probably because if you don't have that student aid package, you're paying for your food on campus too. And for anybody that's ever like attended university though, you know that their food is not cheap. Okay, so if you don't have like that with your financial aid package already set up and all that, they have to pay for it. You know what I'm saying? Now, a person could be in school for 4 years, 2 years. So how long people need it? I think it varies by state, the maximum like allowed usage time or something like that. Like one person's can't get it longer than a certain amount of years in this state. And it might be different in another state. That's just how they work. Like nobody can be on it their whole life. Anyway, for those that be like, you shouldn't be on it your whole life. Like some people, I guess they get older, maybe they get retirement, 401k, what's the other one? Disability, like they might just get different other benefits that help them survive for the rest of their life. Technically and legally, I can't prove, can't nobody be on food stamps their whole life, but I was just saying it shouldn't be happening generationally anyway, if we're really trying to make changes out here. Generationally, that's a whole nother topic. We understand the maximum allotment times that a person is even allowed per state to receive these benefits if they qualify. But then you saying, oh, the mom was on it, the grandma was on it, the daughter on it. That's just crazy, bro. The dad went to jail, the son went to jail, the grandson went to jail. And we just supposed to be okay with that out here. Not saying you're mad at the bloodlines per se. I would say it's deeper than that with any family that noticed that. Because in other countries, they might not even have benefits programs and stuff the whole time. Why do you think people was coming to America, bro? That's probably one of the main reasons. It ain't, like I said, it ain't like they try to come over here and live off of them either, to my most knowledge, but they usually try to start businesses and get jobs. We've never said that immigrants had a problem with it. They usually pretty much end up living in society too with the rest of us when they move over here. Because like I said, no matter where you go in the world, you got bills to pay. That's crazy. So everybody does not have benefit programs and resources in abundance the way America had. Like, let's remember that. Child support, like just certain things we have, people have to remember, like, don't be too spoiled, don't be too greedy, don't be too unhumble ever over here, because this was like one of the places, like I said, they had resources and help for people if they were really trying to thrive and like help continue to build corporate America and help things function and go over here so people can live their lives and feel more free. They never had a problem with it. Look at all the programs and stuff we had. I agree with that group and body of people that was teaching people, hey, don't get too dependent or what is that called? Like comfortable with those benefits, even with student loan packages and stuff, as I was talking about on the last stream, you end up paying that money back, but it might be help to get you through that education plan at that moment, you know what I'm saying, while you're enrolled in school. But it ain't like you don't have to pay that back if you had to take out loans to help you cover tuition. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with that group and body of people that was teaching people, hey, don't get too dependent or what is that called? Like comfortable with those benefits. Even with student loan packages and stuff, as I was talking about on the last stream, you end up paying that money back, but it might be help to get you through that education plan at that moment, you know what I'm saying, while you're enrolled in school. But it ain't like you don't have to pay that back if you had to take out loans to help you cover tuition. So we understand the students or homes with students maybe having those benefits when the parents need them. So I just think it's funny, if anything, not in a bad way. I'm just a comedian too on the side, like, and it's just funny, like, the country never had that happen before. Like, yeah, no snacks. You could buy little Debbie cakes, even when food stamps was papers. Like I heard, they said it used to be like vouchers or papers when they go to the register and pay for their food. It wasn't a debit card. I think I remember when they came out with that. I think that was right around the time. Literally, this is gonna be a good story in the future, because one day I will be older, but we tell the stories of what it is right now in the future. It'll be like, Grandma, what's Apple? Oh, it was a big tech company back in the day. That's what I'm gonna be telling. Or maybe Apple will still be around. Who knows? Maybe they'll have Apple everything. Apple might only advance and get better, even over time. I heard it's a new iPhone coming out right now. But yeah, they might be like, Grandma, what was it like?
It's not getting better still.
When y'all it's just crazy, bro. So I just feel like snack companies, Frito-Lay, Coca-Cola, some of them, they might actually take an impactful hit now that people can't purchase like little Debbie snacks and stuff. That's why I said they need to make a list. You know what I'm saying? They might consider pickles. Y'all know the big jars of pickles though, like the big deal pickles. We love those in the summertime. That's considered that better not be on a snack list. Like, that's considered a vegetable. That is a cucumber that is turned into a pickle. Those better not be on a snack list. So I just feel like they need to put a list in every state too. Let us know. We know eggs and all that stuff is okay. Produce, maybe pastas and rices and beans, vegetables, whatever they talking about. What do you mean? It says sugary snacks and drinks. Like, bro, you got to be more specific with people. Damn near everything has sugar in it today. It's things I looked at lately like, wow, this has sugar in it. Because some of it you don't even taste it, but it says it clear as day. Glucose, whatever it's called, glycerin, whatever the sugary ingredient is called. I'm glad they're going away though, for real. Cause back in our day they sold snacks at school. I wonder if they gonna still snack. Do they sell snacks at school today? I think at my kids' schools, the last ones they went to, do they sell snacks at school? No, like in the cafeteria. It's like the last schools y'all been to though, they don't do that like they used to. They been stopped it. We used to could like we got trays, but I'm just saying they had like a little a la carte stores, like you could buy other stuff at lunch, like right there. I ain't talking about high school either. They had it at the elementary schools. Maybe we maybe we just had it good in Texas, cause my daughter's got to experience a few schools like that too. Cause some schools they're just like that. They might be 5A schools or just in better areas, if you will, like zones where they get like 5 to 7 different options every day, type of deal. Like, no, you do not have to be rich for your kid to go to a school like that. You probably like, that matter to you? Yes, their nutrition options. Because at public schools, they whatever they're having for lunch, the whole school having it. It matters. I was so proud when she could like speak back to me, my oldest, when she first started kindergarten. She went to a preparatory academy, and I would be like, what do you have for lunch today? Oh, baked potato, because she could tell me the different options, but what she chose. And it was crazy. She was like describing the food even at 5, like just, and it's like what they was offering them was more of a like full balance. She could tell me like pears, dude, it had like a balance of everything, the fruit, the vegetable, the I guess starch or food or meat they had, pizza, or they had 5 to 7 different choices every day. So that's a lot of cooking and stuff though. I thought about the cafeterias, but I believed her because I went to a few schools like that. You just felt it. You feel more eager to learn when you have more of the luxuries like that at school. I saw how some of them are in China too though. They just really take care of the kids at the school. I'm just being honest. You're like, we're in China from what I saw on the documentary videos, yeah. And some of them do vlogs like, hey, this is what it's like to go to high school in China, and they might just record lunchtime. It's just looked, I saw what I saw. They really take care of the kids at school. Just like you see, there's some documentaries like what they eat at some prisons. It just seemed like better foods than others. One of those type of deals. Like they get more luxuries at certain ones. Then it's just crazy to watch those type of videos. Like this, what prison is like for your ass in Australia. And depending on which one they show, it's like, wow, this is what they have for breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day compared to this place or that place. I'm like, maybe that's for the lesser of violent crimes or something. But no, that's just how their food is over there. Some of these prisons, they don't care. You're eating straight slop. Of course, you will be more grateful to have them. You know, they never set the system up in a way that if people get food stamps, like if they get married, it gets really deep. They make it about, oh, black people have relationship problems. Like, no, bro. Like, if they get married and she report, okay, I'm married. So here go the next step. They be like, how much he make? They want him to turn in his job stuff. They want him to turn in everything, right? Because I just started thinking about the incarcerated of the world and stuff like that too. You know, it does matter. Some of them men, their fathers, they have kids and stuff too, or households that have to be held down while that person is away. It's many people living it right now where we think life is hard. Imagine having an incarcerated loved one too. While this economy like this, while everything going on just the way it is. Some people have kids in college, just like some people loved ones on a day-to-day basis is at a distance. That's all I'm saying. Distance families, you know, they still have to spend money too. I already prepared my life. I understand where money is a necessity and where people just be, I don't know. Because you can lack and always change lack. That's what I believe. But if you just get too far, okay, like you in prison, you can't do nothing about it. Why would I set myself up like that? They be thinking lack just supposed to be in prison your next step. Not for us. You could just change that. Because you have the right to, because you have the ability to, at any time. We know that about anybody. And you got all the abilities of your limbs. You have the right, the licenses with some of this stuff. Once again, I ask, who would want to stay on a cycle like that? Who's setting themselves up like that? And this is happening generationally. Like, no, bro, a person shouldn't need that for too long. I do agree with that. Something is wrong. You don't need a therapist to show you that. That's something they can show you. If you stuck in the same financial spot and you want to change it bad and you feel like something just holding you back from that, why would you think that's natural? It's something else going on. Because what's stopping you? It's people with whole disabilities getting money. They can't even walk. They in a wheelchair. And I'm not talking about Social Security. And I'm not talking about this street stuff either. Like, they selling their body, none of that. Like, they have businesses and stuff too. They have marriages, kids, people with disability. People gotta wake up. The world is bigger than like, it's bigger than what we just think it's about, right? Like the whole misinformation thing, people spread news. Because when big changes happen like that, though, you gotta expect people to talk. In some states, they cut the funding. So when they cut the funding, that would just mean everybody else's benefit amounts go down. But I would still say that's better than no help at all for the ones that's complaining like, oh, I still needed it. And some parents was out there crying like, oh my God, they cut it off. I didn't expect it. And now I can't feed my kids. That is some people's story. Some food banks, they've been, because you know the holidays coming, they've been already posting, donation messages for people to contribute. So like me at any given time, I can try to like help, like not just contribute, but like even start more things like that. But it don't have to be me, like the face behind or in front of everything for people to know. Like I feel like it's a whole reason though. The universe shows me where not just people, but things are broken. It might have been a hard season for me and look crazy to people. But literally, things, people, systems, like wherever I feel like I can see broken, it's a whole reason to me, even if I don't understand it yet. Because brokenness is just that, too. Anything broken has to be fixed. Vanishing is something different. Like, it's just not there no more for you to even fix. Broken is just broken. It's just like, I see it different. Broken is not good either. But see, broken is just broken. And the other side of broken is fixed. You fix it back or it's just gone. You're going to throw it away. You ain't going to attempt to... People refurbish things all the time. They fix up old cars. Let's be honest. Y'all ever seen that show Pimp My Ride? With the rapper, he'll help fix somebody's old busted car up. His name was Exhibit, on MTV. I used to like that show, though. He used to really make those cars look like totally different, man. At the end of the episode. So, yeah. Fix broken things is very real. And like everybody that see where things are broken, they're not our enemy. Even with me, even with the next person. What you mean? But why make broken the ending result? That's everybody's. That's been sometimes. If it ain't nothing and people around to like, okay, let's try the surgery and doctor this back together. What else gonna happen? It stays broken. Sometimes it gets worse. Some you just leave outside broken. Leave on the floor broken. It's not good to just leave it down there. Like literally, we can learn something whole out of life, out of everything. Literally, like how I'm explaining it. You just gonna leave. Like, yeah, it's broken. I'm broken. She broken. Like, bro, forget those curses around me, bro. And it's okay. It can be real. I can see it. People can see it. I don't care. Faith is real too. You probably like, well, maybe you can look at it half not full, but I look at it half full. Maybe I'm seeing this for a reason. They like, everybody else see it, when you go catch on? Like, man, this is like a real life experience. Every day of it, every choice, every moment. Like I said, I don't want to be waiting to 40 and 50 and 60 like, oh, let me think about my life. Of course, I want to reflect on it. Like, man, did I really do the best I could or like make the best decisions where I had the choices to? Did I have fun? Did I laugh? Them the kind of questions I'm gonna be asking. Oh, I want to reflect, but I want to know that, like, man, my younger life was crazy. Because I bet you some of these people, when they think about it, their younger life was too. Some of them, they did things we'll never know still. Our elders, what we know is our elders today. I promise you. We don't know everybody's life. And I'm just saying, you're not going to bully the youth like, well, I know y'all like, and these what? Yeah, we like what? It is different. It's been tough for the youth. Like I just said, the past 5 to 10 years, just in America alone, for sure. Even I, as a citizen, can see that. Literally. Like, from the things that's been introduced to them in society, to the way their homes have been reshaped, that was happening before this generation was born. Fathers had been out the home before the years of 2000 and the 2000 babies. Let's, like, bro, be real. That, you can't blame every shit pal of modern day America on the new generation. Look at it a little deeper. We're not going to do that. And to me, the new generation is 35 and younger right now. Maybe 40 and younger. Why not? Maybe 45 and younger. Why not? They say the whole baby boomers thing is a real younger generation, older generation, and why are people dying younger? So everything is happening for a reason. When I say I feel in the near future, my predictions tell me it's gonna be the youth that speak up when the adults have been just stagnant for how long? Because you just want people to just sit oppressed in the next generation after and after and after cycles with some of these tribes of families and bloodlines. That's been going on long enough. They can come into the world and not want that. So who's trying to stay on food stamps for cycles and just run the streets and they wild and they don't know and they lost? Okay, well, what are the older generation doing about it? They seem to have every piece of information where the youth lack. They got every inch and centimeter. Look, the youth ain't better than us. They not talented. Look what we got on them. And you the older generation saying this. Just like, oh, they don't listen. Some of this stuff is bigger than them, like I said, and what's going on in society, whether it's more open now or not, because the internet and social media is here. That was definitely being out here in modern culture before the 2000 babies were born. Let's just really be honest about this. Because that's really who the new generation, okay, that's the real new generation, 25 and under. It is 2025. And I know some of how the world is now, it was already that way before the year 2000 got here. Literally, they said the whole bad crack pandemic or whatever happened out here, cocaine in the streets, breaking up families and homes happened way in the 70s. In America. That might have had to do with immigrants, maybe not. So whether the circumstances, whatever they are, they may change over the course of history. Here in our, like the different problems, the war on drugs. How many times have we had that? Find a cure for this and that. How long have we been looking for certain cures, but we suddenly have cures for other stuff? How quick they came up with the COVID vaccine, we should have been had a cure for other stuff. But I just stay quiet. Or maybe you do need to speak up. Because, like, what? You hurry up and found a solution for that. I think they do have, like, preventative medicines or medicines that help people maintain stuff. So I do stay humble, because wouldn't that be better than nothing? Because if you didn't even have that, things to just help people manage whatever it is, what would people do? And then you say, oh, this person's using natural stuff. Okay, because like I said, what would they do? Now you're suddenly seeing the CDC fighting and the hospitals and insurance companies fighting. We've been asked you that question. What do you do? Right now, they're just going through some political, money, financial things probably. But if we actually didn't have doctors and nurses and hospitals and clinics, what would people do? Because I'm sure people would still get sick here and there. Or have diseases that are not even transferable. You just kind of, you get them if you're not maintaining your health, or maybe it's hereditary. Not everything was transmitted. They want every sickness to seem transmitted these days. People still get sicknesses that are you didn't do anything. Cancer is an example of one of them. Or it be other stuff, lupus. What else did I want to mention? Just like diseases like that, like how is that in your control? That might be hereditary. Sickle cell, not everything is like some transmitted thing. And if you don't have doctors and nurses and stuff, where people can at least get the treatment to manage that, because they might not have cures for all the ones I just named. Having a care team to help you manage it, though, is a lot better for people. I'm glad I have more of a heart, because maybe I wasn't thinking about that before. All the people that actually really truly need the medical and health care. That's why you had more people turning into doulas or interested in that, helping mothers deliver babies at home. One lady she delivered her baby in a pool, like the blow up pools, and put it right in the living room. Her and her doula and her husband, they helped that baby come into the world. She had water in it, maybe warm water, and they got the baby here. They cut the umbilical cord. So, and women used to have babies at home. I don't know, but it's just something real for us to think about, like with all the different changes that's happening. Like they've been told people, oh, don't depend on it. So you gonna tell the people that need Medicaid and Medicare that too? You tell the people that get EBT that, or cash assistance, okay, but there's other like government assistance like student aid grants, housing, just other things that help people. If you gonna only say that about 3 of the categories of those benefits, that sounds stupid. What about the people that get Medicaid and Medicare? They're just lazy living off of it too, because they do get charged. Their Medicaid and Medicare bills, they be getting charged when they go to those doctor's appointments. Medication has never been free. Like I said, unless you're at home doing your natural remedies, which you make you some peppermint tea or something, that might be free. But medication's never been, it's never been free. So people have to pay money for that stuff too. That's my point. And it might not be your traditional medical insurances or and everybody ain't leaving here with life insurance either. That's another thing. I don't know why. I mean, it is more modern day times, and it's available, and then there's so much going on in the arena over there too. Like what? But some people really do still leave here without that type of coverage, and you do see like where then you leave a family in debt. We were talking about that earlier in the stream. That's a part of debt, how real debt is. Like that was on the last stream actually when I talked about the student aid debt, them garnishing wages and stuff. Feel free to tune into that previous live segment we did earlier right here at You Will Make It TV. You just go back and go through the live post, and you'll see it. That was an interesting topic too, just like an open-minded discussion about those changes. But yeah, it's an interesting time to be here for sure. We want to be remember to be grateful for our lives a little bit, especially as Americans. It is too late in history after all this modernization for people to be unhumble now. It was never okay, really, but now everybody needs to be humble. Did the pandemic not teach us anything? You saw us more international crisis, so yes, people were getting more help, and the truth just lies in the pudding. When countries are in a vulnerable position like that, look what people do. Like, the help was supposed to help families and kids while they were out of school. And for others, there was a time you couldn't just control what people doing. If they wanted to start business during the pandemic, they can do that. That's crazy. That's like, no, everybody's at home. It's a stay-at-home order. Okay, maybe they led that person to start a business. They at home all day. It's a stay-at-home order. You'd be surprised how some people's goals turned, how they came about, their dreams and visions. If you do a stay-at-home order, everybody at home now is scared to go outside. Okay, you're gonna be mad at a person who chose to get up and go out there and start them a business. If you started something like a ride share business during the pandemic, you were probably going to make a lot of money. Like, hey, I'll go get your groceries for you. I'm a grocery service. Or you don't have to be DoorDash or nobody. You could have started your own. Like, hey, I'll go get groceries for you, or just give people rides during that time too. Anytime you do a transportation or food, it's just certain industries, like, it's not a hit and miss actually. If you go that direction, there's going to be a life change of finances for you, right? And there were just people during the pandemic, that was actually when the great resignation last happened here, and people were leaving jobs. But if you followed up with a lot of people, they actually started businesses. They never went back to that company after the pandemic ended. Everybody's story different. Some, they're with the same company. They've been that loyal. They were with that company during the pandemic. We respect it all here at You Will Make It TV. Like, but it was interesting to see too, though you had those success stories, maybe people that went more independent route during that time, maybe other people did the same, but they weren't doing the right thing. So it's already been, it was Amazon trucks being robbed, stimulus checks being stolen, all kind of crazy stuff right there on the news. PPP loan, just, but now it's like, oh, they're cutting off. This ain't fair. And what's happening? What do you think is going to happen when you sit there and abuse the stuff that had never happened before? That's why people was like, yay, we like Trump and everything at the time. They just felt like, of course you're going to feel like a person, your savior, that step up and make changes during a whole sickness, virus, a global virus, whatever it was. I'm not hating because some of those, whatever they was helping people with during the pandemic, it probably helped me and my family at certain points too. So I'm not hating, but anybody that like, yeah, we're gonna give this or we got this or more extra help during when people kind of needed a savior. Oh, thank God we got stimulus checks. Did you get yours? How many people did it help? And you still got people in debt and can barely get back to work, bro. Like, stop playing. That check came out years ago. But I'm not gonna hate and downplay it. Like I said, I think everybody got 3 of them. Some people were saying they still ain't got it, y'all. It's 2025. They never got their second or third stimulus check. Because it was just crazy. It was like a whole financial income for everybody. They sent it to Airtel. Even if your address is changed or you don't file your taxes, just fill this out. We'll still get an update for your address and send it to you. So everybody did it. I'll let everybody else marinate on that. You know what I'm saying? So the next time, I had already decided that. That's what's crazy. Like, you don't have to accept assistance either. Like, when it's offered all the time, you don't have to do that. You can say, oh, yeah, I know, I'd rather just keep working hard or start this business and still build and work on myself. I'd rather not get. And they like, no, tell the Sherry it's free. It's for the pandemic. It's just because this is happening in the country. You still could have a right to say, no thanks. Hey, we got transportation buses to help people get to a safer place. You could still say, no thanks. That's like offered help unless it's mandated. Like, oh, you have to accept this money. You have to accept this child care credit. Notice it was offered. It wasn't like mandatory that you took the stimulus check. Literally all the extra food stamp benefits. They even said you could use it at certain restaurants in some states during that time. People that had never had food stamps had to apply for them, depending on what your situation was. Because if you didn't want to take that vaccine, You quit your job. Or they fired you, I think. At some people's jobs, it actually became whole mandatory. Like stuff like that was real, or your kids were out of school. So people were off work for different reasons. So then they had another part of it called pandemic unemployment. And that's where people apply for that. And it gave options. Are you applying for pandemic unemployment or pandemic self unemployment? See, you could have been a business owner that lost business due to the pandemic. It's levels to this. If people don't understand what was all going on, and you don't understand the changes that's happening now, that's crazy. The pandemic unemployment for the self-employed, that's different because they might ask you how much are you losing as a business owner. That's separate from the PPP loan. That's unemployment, right? Some people had never had to apply for unemployment until that time. So they want us to just, oh, don't worry about the pandemic. Those days are over. Bro, people lost their whole life during that time, and it was still very recent. Yes, time is passing by, but it wasn't that long ago. It wasn't that long ago. It's like it was supposed to be a speed experiment. Like, no, bro, that wasn't. Like, it was a lot of changes right there. And people like, oh, we're shocked about all these budget cut funding. Okay, well, how much was people milking the country during the whole pandemic, bro? How much were they own people doing it? Now you want to, yeah, get the immigrants out of here. Okay, but, your own judgment falling on you, too, if you was just milking your own country. That's the best words I can put it in. It makes sense. You milking your own resources and stuff like that during a whole emergency, national emergency time. What a grand time to choose to do that, right? And then say, why are people trying to go more independent and go into business for themselves? Because they already know what it's like to have to get unemployment for your whole business because you got to shut it down because of a national emergency. Shouldn't people be more prepared? And it doesn't matter. It seems like how prepared you become. What's real is just what's real. That showed us, okay, we could take one hit, and that wasn't even like a war or nothing. It was just a global pandemic, like health virus. And it's just weird. You could come up with a vaccine in 2 months for something you had never seen before. That's why people didn't want to take the vaccine. Like, what kind of experiment is this, bro? People didn't want to take that. You came up with that vaccine quick as, we was like, what? They already got a vaccine? And that's okay. You didn't have to take it. But, like, what losses did people suffer? We know one